last year on the roads, and nearly 4 million people were injured. The infrastructure law makes $5 billion available for roadway safety projects over 5 years. And now DOT says they're ready to dole out the first billion for projects this year. They're holding a series of webinars in June to teach those eligible how to apply. That includes metropolitan planning organizations, counties, cities, and transit agencies, and federally recognized tribes. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Starbucks says it will now offer employees enrolled in its health care plan reimbursement for eligible travel expenses when accessing abortion or gender-affirming procedures when those services are not available within 100 miles of a worker's home. More companies are detailing their benefits on abortion care after a draft of a Supreme Court opinion leaked indicating the High Court would abolish a nationwide right to abortion. Cincinnati is considering a ban on e-scooters.
Cincinnati is already enforcing a curfew on e-scooters. They can only be operated from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Police say the popular scooters are sometimes used in criminal activity. Members of the community have also complained about underage scooter drivers and scooters being used on sidewalks. This is not the first time the city has discussed banning e-scooters. CJ Pop-Up, Fox News.
McDonald's says it has started the process of selling its Russian business, which includes 850 restaurants that employ 62,000 people. The fast food giant pointed to the humanitarian crisis caused by the war. The Chicago-based company had temporarily closed its stores in Russia, but was still paying employees. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
When the pandemic first started and we had no idea that it was going to affect our business till March of 2020. Orders from public health, roadblocks, restriction. It was a very hard time for me. What really has saved my business is the SBA and the PPP program. I felt keeping the employees was so important because I had faith that my government would help me later, the federal government. We applied and we received 2 PPP loans equaling up to $425,000. That money saved me because it's been 2 years. I think 80 or 90% of the restaurants have closed. The only reason I'm here is because of my devoted clientele and the federal government.
Thank you for helping save jobs with federal funds.
Thank you to the federal government for all the federal ARP money.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Half a day at 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. Guam police and military officials are asking for the public's help in finding a missing woman, although her name and picture have not been released. The woman is described as being 23 years old, standing about 6'1" and weighs about 220 pounds. She's also of Caucasian descent and has a light complexion. Authorities say she may have visited the Oka Point Lookout in Tamuning, where her car was discovered. The Post reports authorities were seen searching the vehicle at the lookout's entrance and surrounding areas yesterday evening. Military investigators were also at the search scene, but it's not clear what her role is or her affiliation with the military. Guam Police Criminal Investigation Section, Anderson Air Force Base's Office of Special Investigation, and Guam Fire were also part of that missing person search. The governor's office has not commented on allegations of discrimination and other complaints against Homeland Security Advisor Samantha Brennan. Also from the Guam Daily Post, the governor's office says they can't comment on matters raised in an ongoing dispute before the Civil Service Commission. It was just yesterday that the Post reported Brennan terminated Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense planner Leo Espia in late April over security concerns involving his use of a server and private emails. But the Office of Civil Defense Administrator Charles Esteves, who's the hiring authority, says Brennan doesn't have the authority to terminate employees. The termination appeal is now before the CSC, but the matter has brought to light criticisms of Brennan's leadership style. Reports from other government employees submitted by Estevez in a request to revoke Espia's termination allege that the Homeland Security advisor undermined or intimidated employees, discriminated against Filipino workers, showed favoritism, and committed other causes of concern. Brennan has also not commented on the allegations. She previously worked as the director of Department of Corrections, where she also received criticisms over working conditions at prison. The Guam Daily Post asked Adelup whether the governor was aware of the allegations against Brennan in her current role as Homeland Security advisor, whether the governor has spoken to Brennan or Estevez about the situation, and what would the governor do about the allegations and concerns levied against Brennan. While there was no comment about the matters, the governor's spokeswoman did say that Estevez is currently on military leave and is not acting as the administrator for OCD. Well, more news right after this.
Half a day. My name is John Kinata from the village of Umate. I've applied for the program in Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umate to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
While teachers at the Guam Department of Education are set to receive a 20% increase later this month, the Post reports that principals and assistant principals will also be getting a raise, and that will likely include additional benefits. The two-tier raises were confirmed by Ed Byrne, the director of Department of Administration, which recently completed an educated pay study and submitted recommendations to the governor. The governor last week said that the raises will go into effect on May 23rd and will affect about 2,000 employees, who include instructors, mentors, counselors, and administrators. Base salaries under the educator pay plan will increase by 20%. Additionally, a flat work pay differential of 15% and 10% will be granted to school principals and assistant principals, respectively. DOA, when recommending the across-the-board raise for all under the plan, said that the increases would address the recruitment difficulty of new teachers. The differential pay for principals and assistant principals would be added on top of that, according to DOA, in order to retain school administrators and persuade teachers to become school administrators and fill difficult to recruit administrative positions. The raises are expected to cost up to $30 million, and because the funds were reportedly not included in the DOE budget, 2 senators have now introduced a bill, it's Bill 305, to pay for the raises next year. Senator Talina Nelson, who's chair of the Legislative Education Committee, along with Senator Joe San Augustine, who's the Appropriations Chair, are proposing to use $30 million in general fund revenue in fiscal year 2023 to fund the increased pay. And the trial of the CNMI Governor Ralph Torres is just about wrapped up, with the governor now awaiting the Senate's vote to either acquit or convict him. It was just 2 days of hearings on the 6 articles of impeachment against him. The defense in the case essentially going unchallenged without a prosecutor to cross-examine or rebut the testimony. The vote on the articles of impeachment expected by tomorrow afternoon. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
So the administrators are hard to find? Is that what they're saying? And then we got to give these guys, so wait a second. So the teachers all applauding because they did 20%, right?
Yes.
And then it looked like the administrators were going to get 15% and then 10% for vice principals or whatever it happened to be. But the administrators are also getting 20%?
Yeah, sounds
so it's
like
20,
it,
and then 15 and then 20 and then 10. Awesome!
Yeah.
Oh my God! But it's hard to recruit for a position, huh?
Oh yeah. So now they're trying to entice the
I'm sorry.
teachers to leave the classroom so that they can
They
become
can become
administrators.
administrators. Well, of course, yeah. Incentivize that. Get fewer teachers in the class. It seems to me that I don't think I've ever heard them at the beginning of the school year saying, "Man, we got enough teachers. What we're missing here is administrators. We need more principals. We need more vice principals in the schools."
I thought they were actually taking those administrator positions and putting them to the classroom because they needed to fill those spots. Remember? Wasn't it?
I'm sure that has been done as well. I'm just. It smells like BS around here. Is that Joe? Is that you? Did you step on some BS outside?
Smells like BS to me.
BS. Sounds like BS to me. BS. Sounds like BS to me. Gotta love election years, don't you? 612. Don't worry, private sector. You'll get yours.
One of these days, or people in the private sector going, wow, man, those people in Gulf Guam, it's like they won the lottery, and it just pays off year after year after year. It's amazing, isn't it? All right, let me get you some weather today. Isolated showers in today's forecast. I don't know where they're going to be coming from. I don't see a whole lot on the weather map. Let me get this up on the screen here so you can see what I'm looking at. Mostly sunny, highs near 88 degrees, east winds 8 to 13 miles an hour. With a heat index, it'll feel like 96. Another hot one today. We've got isolated showers in the forecast for tomorrow. But sunny skies, highs near 88 degrees as well. In between isolated showers and partly cloudy skies between here tonight and tomorrow night. 10% chance of rain. Sunrise this morning was at 5:54. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:40. Now, I turned my back on sunset last night.
How dare you, man?
I know, I was just sitting around the house and pondering dinner. So I got the dinner done, and then I started seeing pictures that Sarita was posting about with sunset last night, and I'm going, oh, I picked the wrong night to make soy sauce chicken with kimchi and rice. Yeah, I know, right? Bachelor food. But anyway, so that's just one great shot of sunset last night. Hold on, she wasn't done yet. No. We got to get some East Agania shots in here with the beautiful sunset in the background. We got the they're not quite dead yet from rhino beetles trees.
Hang in there, guys.
We'll plant some new ones and another sunset shot. So who knows? Last bunch of nights, sunset has been actually pretty groovy. I think we're in that time of year where everything is bouncing off the atmosphere correctly. So if you are inspired by Sarita's pretty sunset pictures, is that a little chancy down there?
Yeah, perfect
then
element.
By all means. Get out and catch some sunset tonight. 6:15. That's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 67 and a half years.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. For those put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Wendy's with their new hot honey chicken sandwich, heating up the made-to-crave menu. It's a beloved, spicy, all-meat chicken breast. Now, you might be going, oh, wow, check out another fast food chain doing a chicken sandwich. Wendy's isn't just another fast food chain, and this ain't just another chicken sandwich. Here we go. Meat, all white meat chicken breast, melted pepper jack cheese, 1, 2, 3 strips of applewood smoked bacon, and crispy pickle chips, all topped with a decadent hot honey and housed on a toasted premium bun. It's a little sweet, a little heat, a lot of good. Only at Wendy's. We got you.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Some sunset pictures from yesterday from Sarita. Jeff from over at Pirates Cove is getting me some sunrise pictures this morning, eastern side of the island, and it is looking good for a Taco Tuesday. If you have not yet made any kind of plans, then I'd start making some plans. I got a feeling that today is going to be an absolutely gorgeous day. You might be wondering, wait a second, did I hear you say that you stayed in last night, Ray, that you enjoyed soy sauce, chicken, white rice, and kimchi over at the house? Yeah, a couple of things were in my head. Number one, there was an episode of Rick and Morty that I hadn't quite quite watched yet. And you know how it is, right? It's like, season 5, how interesting. Let's go back to season 3 when Rick was a pickle. How much? I mean, that's just beautiful. I'm Pickle Rick.
I'm a pickle.
So anyway, I was watching some of that, but it also occurred to me I didn't really want to go and chance what was happening, and maybe getting dinner out in town or something like that, because I spent a lot of time, an inordinate amount of time yesterday in social media, and here's what I'm noticing about many of the comments in social media today, and I'm not just picking out any one in particular. It just seems to me that every other one is either a Lou and Josh ad or a Don't Vote for Mike and Nicholas ad, or it's somebody complaining about lousy service.
Oh,
oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see it just everywhere. I mean, people are just pinging the drive-thrus.
They're
and they're
complaining at fast food?
They're complaining at fast food.
Yeah, they're like, you're not getting my money anymore.
I'm never, ever going to come to that drive-thru. I'll starve before I go and eat at your restaurant again.
And they'll be back there next week.
Exactly. Look, times are tough for those kids in the restaurants. Times are tough for the restaurateurs. I tell you what, you want to find, you looking for a job right now, go to pretty much any restaurant on Guam and put in an application. Chances are you'll be hired on the spot. Do you know anything about restaurants? No, I don't. And that's part of the problem.
Is that a red flag man getting hired at the interview?
Yes. They're so desperate, just so horny for employees. You're the guy. Here's the keys. I quit. You're the new supervisor. Bye-bye. But I thought, you know what? Maybe I just stay home, and if I don't like the meal, then I can complain to myself about not liking the meal, not liking it, not enjoying it, or anything like that. I don't know. Is this some kind of weird post-COVID thing? Is this do we have expectations? And it wasn't all that great before COVID either, when you stop and think about it. But do we have expectations of the golden age of culinary experiences here on Guam from prior to COVID? And all of a sudden, all these changes, restaurants coming in and going, and restaurateurs coming and going, and all this, people coming and going. You walk into a restaurant, unless it's like Mosa's, you don't recognize any of those guys. Mosa's, Pirates Cove, I think they held on to all their people. But for a lot of other places, the churn has just been incredible. So it doesn't surprise me, but that was kind of one of those things that was going through my head last night. Do I want to go out and chance this? I figure, since I was drinking beer that everybody gave me for my birthday, and cooking food that was already in the refrigerator, I thought I might actually be ahead. I might be able to afford an upcoming weekend of activities. Hey, look, 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. Let me just say hello to everybody. Real Joe Cruz, that's champion Real Joe Cruz, gets the phone. You call at 888-8255, 888-TALK. Good to have you on board.
I'll do it. Good morning.
Yeah. You found our boy.
I did.
I was looking at he posted. You were right, Frank the Crank Camacho, and he posted up on social media. I saw it on Instagram. The speech that he made about, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Got a lot of great people behind me, and a lot of people, whatever. But that's not the outcome I wanted. But life goes on, right?
Yeah.
So we'll get a chance to talk with him, and I just I'm dying to ask him. Based on, because I watched the video. I wasn't just, hearing it. I watched the video, and I'm going, I wonder if his face hurts. It's got to. I mean, he's got these little red spots, and he's got a couple of places that look a little bit poofy. And I'm like, having never actually gotten into that kind of a scrap with anybody, how long does that last? I mean, is there something that you can put on? Is there like a CBD that you can put someplace so the face doesn't hurt? I mean, when his beautiful wife comes up and grabs him by the face and kisses him on the mouth, do you think there's the moment where he goes, baby, 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 baby?
I just hope the kids don't think she's getting at him.
Itai. So we'll if we're lucky, we'll get a chance and talk with him about where it was, what led up to it, and I'm not going to be asking for excuses because I guarantee he ain't going to give me any. But I am kind of curious as to heart of hearts kind of thoughts about where to go, what comes next at his level in the mixed martial arts. 6:22 in the morning. Montezuma Tyrant, speaking of mixed martial artists, in the studio.
It's not about how many times you get knocked down. down. It's about how many times you get up.
Amen to that, sister. Amen to that. So can you tell she's been at the legislature? Can you tell she's run for political office? Can you tell that she's faced a couple of worthy opponents back in the day? That's what I said. He will always be my champ. In my generation of Guamanian fighters, he is, and Marianas fighters, he is my champ, and I hope he continues to be an inspiration.
Future governor
To just about everything.
Oh,
You think?
Frank the Crank and Roque Martinez.
Frank the Crank's the future governor of
The
Saipa.
leaders.
Why not here?
They should run for governor, lieutenant governor here.
Let's make him, let's ask him. So
You ask him.
Well, I'm gonna ask him. Then fine, I will ask him. He'll
That's
need to
a
get
kick-ass team, if you ask me.
He'll need to get another one of those side chest, a new oblique tattoo, because he's got the oblique on one side. That's the map of Saipan. So he's going to need one on the other side. That's going to be the map of Guam, or just Zotnya, or just the Zotnya. Somebody had posted that up on Facebook yesterday with the little graphic where it says Zotnya rules. That's it, buddy. Put it on the map. 6:23. Samara's going to take care of big news and headlines and stuff that we've got for you here today. And among the interesting stories and among the interesting headlines that we've got here is and I almost stopped reading them because I'm like, okay, I'm over COVID. I think most people are over COVID. But they came out with a new directive. I don't want to say it's a mandate, but whatever. If you get a home test and you are positive, it says you are to report. Results must be reported to the Department of Public Health and Social Services.
You better.
And you can do this. DPHSS.surveillance. I'm sorry. I don't know how to spell surveillance.
Wait, I can report somebody? How much do I get?
Is there a bounty? If you test positive for COVID-19 using the at-home test kit, you must self-report your result within 24 hours. They want your name, date of birth, date of the test, and the results. You must isolate at home until cleared using DPHS criteria for discharging a person from isolation.
I don't think they were even responding to people within 24 hours.
Snitch on yourself.
All of a sudden, they want us to respond to them in 24 hours. Okay.
Whatever, guys. Here's what they want you to do while you're in isolation. Eat in a separate room or area, separate bedroom, separate bathroom. If you're sharing a bathroom, clean and disinfect after each use. Avoid sharing personal items, dishes, cups, glasses, silverware, towels, bedding, or electronics, including toothbrushes.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm just kidding.
But what if you only have one?
Wear a face mask. Wash your hands often using soap and water, hand sanitizer. Clean and disinfect high-touch surfaces and items every day, tables, doorknobs, light switches, handles. Didn't they say that the cleaning and disinfecting doesn't make any difference whatsoever because the COVID doesn't last very long outside the body? It just, because they came out and said, all you people that bought those big alcohol atomizer misty things, you might as well have thrown your money away. They don't actually do anything. You don't have to use that kind of thing. I guess we're still kind of late to the game. If at-home test results are negative, but you have symptoms or have been exposed to somebody with COVID-19, get a confirmatory test as soon as possible and then start the process all over again.
It's like Groundhog Day.
Yeah, I know. It's 6:25. Here's it's over, guys. It's over. And now after, 4 or 5 months that we've had at-home test kits available to us, and the second batch, right? You can get that first batch and then a second batch from China. And so I got this. Somebody gave me one of the tests. I tested positive. I didn't know what the hell to do. So I went on the radio the next day. Absolutely. I went on the radio the next day and said,
spread it.
I got COVID. I got COVID.
Gave everybody here COVID.
Yeah, but everybody here
we lived.
Everybody here had COVID already.
Yeah.
Except you.
We lived.
Well, we don't know.
I don't know,
took
man.
the test.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you didn't. Otherwise, you'd have to.
But I got it.
DPHSS.
I had COVID, and
I've had
I
many
got
things and many
triple
creams.
vaccinated.
Again, from the reporting from the land of useless. Useless. We all kind of knew all of that thing was happening. What's the latest deal now? They came out and said, yeah, those Pfizer boosters are maybe going to last you about 2 or 3 weeks before the efficacy wears off completely.
And Johnson & Johnson causes blood clots.
And Johnson & Johnson. Yeah. And it's all coming. It's all coming to light. And the fact of the matter is, you can't sue anybody because you signed a little thingy at the bottom that said that you hold everybody harmless. Lulian Guerrero, Josh Tenorio, the CDC, the government of Guam, everybody. So good luck with whatever the future symptoms happen to be. But don't forget, you have to report them inside of 24 hours. It's 6:27 in the morning. Lots and lots to get to on the table of contents. But let's talk to these very healthy, beautiful people here.
Sometimes you want
Everybody knows your name.
Everybody knows your name. I want to go here to Finatines Guahan. And I want to go eat at Finatines Guahan because I think that's everybody's going to know our name there. I saw this on.
Oh man, that's far away, Chalo. You got the gas for that, bro?
I don't know, but look at this. There's a $15, and that gets you white rice, tinaktak, cucumber daigu, kimchi, finadeni, and bottled water. I'm sure there's more.
Should we send them a choti, right?
You know, this is
Send them a
Millie,
choti.
right?
Yeah, yes, Millie.
So Millie, I referred some of our college friends, his college friends, to her, and so she'll deliver to the college if you have 10 or more orders.
Oh, cool.
She'll bring it to them so they don't have to go out of their way to get you more food.
So you can
Really
meet
nice.
up, pick up, or have it delivered Wednesday, May the 18th. Place orders by Tuesday, May 17th. That's today on Guam and tomorrow on the mainland. Be sure to review pinned and post for how to and payment info. And you can call on the WhatsApp. Well, I guess they're taking messages on their WhatsApp. It's 623-274-8723. If you know somebody in the Phoenix area that needs to get their hands on some more style food. Hey, the last names are Faisen. Huh? A Faisen.
Yeah.
Sanaja, right? It's from the south. You know it's going to be good, everybody. 6:29 in the morning. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just playing around here. Do I have anybody on the Facebook Lives? Yeah, a bunch of people checking in. Rico B at number 1 here this morning. Followed by Colin Clark. I see Pretty Sarita Garin there. Mark Cruz, Dale Audette, Ismael Velez, JB St. Nicholas, Patty Santiago, and Brad Wood online, and followed by Sarah Lake. All right, I think that's just about everybody. Mike Grace Blas, Post Canteen, and a reminder, what is it? Like $3,000 worth of jackpot that they're going to be trying to give away. The Queen of Hearts, Friday at 7 o'clock. Henry Maglotnia is there. I got Harvey Egna. Biba, soon-to-be Senator Harvey Egna. I got Nate Horn, Joe Ann Titano. John Ray Titano is there. Charles Craw, Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas. Pam Duvall, the hot mom of the program. Hot sister. Well, hot mom, hot sister. Do I have a picture of Millie? I think I got a new picture of Millie here that got sent in. And she says, wait, there it is. It's a school picture of little Millie, the destroyer of worlds, breaker of hearts. Exactly.
Where's her mask?
I think she's got, might actually have a sunrise.
Oh, wow.
Is that a sunrise picture or sunset? Or is it a moon?
It's the moon, man.
It's the moon.
Yeah.
There's this beautiful Jigo moon. It's what the lunar eclipse looked like from Guam. For those of you that were trying to pay attention. Keena McCausland, Matt Galendez, Margaret Estacchio. Good morning to Mark Cruz doing his wave. It's Monday and Tall Tales is back on the air. Okay, Mark, it's not Monday?
Wow, morning, Mark.
Hey, dude. Trying to catch up. It's actually Tuesday. Joe and Goko. Anna Marie is there. Gemma Bustamante online, and she's celebrating because she's finally got her ID from Guam Memorial Hospital. Hospital Coder.
Congrats.
Hospital Coder 1.
Congrats.
Get it right, baby. Get it right. You know what? If you do that right, you can actually get kickbacks from the insurance company. So good luck with that. Mark and Francis Ishmael saying, nice cup, Ray. Thank you very much. It was one of my birthday presents that I got. It says, let's go Brandon on it. And on the back, there's the flag. So, yeah, I'm going to use this in addition to some of the other cups and glassware that I've got here. I got Anna Marie. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, is online. Let's make him the actual king of Guam.
He is, man.
Can we just ponder the idea of, you know what, let's take somebody in the private sector, obviously knows how to do business, been run the BK around here for 33 years. Let's see if we could get him to administer the island as our king. When Roe is online, good morning to you. Let me see, Dan Rasal. Marie Babauta Balbin is there. Brandy Shagan is online. I see Greg Fausto, Marla Carbozido, Greg Basnight. Good morning to Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan. Soon to be
the body.
Senator again in the 37th Guam legislature. Jose Tetpago saying Banana Sidzuus. Patty Cruz. Good morning to Jay Rojas.
Malos.
Aloha. Always good to have you there. And he's wishing my happy birthday. Brennan Fosso, brace. This jarhead baby boomer birthday today. Oh, happy birthday to Brennan Fosto then.
Oh, happy birthday.
Nice. He says WD-40. I don't know if that means he's 40 or if he just needs WD-40 to take care of all the noises that the joints are making. I feel your pain, bud. Leah Beth Nahalawa is online. I got my bro Ron. John Ananich is here.
Here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord?
And we say Biba to John Ananich because he's running too. Let me see. Well, he's picked up a packet. Let me see. Nali Laurenti is my classmate. Army Lynn is online, and she made it on time. Nick Perlowski looking for something to growl about. We'll give you something. Don't worry. Rome needs another $300. $6 a gallon, says Jose Tetpago. Yeah, I put gas in the car today on the way to work this morning. I'm still feeling. The policeman pulled up while I was putting gas in the car. Said, here's a crime right here. I'm getting robbed. $6.04 a gallon. Arrest somebody, officer. Arrest somebody. And then it occurred to me that's the same officer that lectured me for illegal left-hand turn.
Nice.
Sorry about that, Brad. Frank Gunner Salas, Valerie S.A. Untalan. I see, let me see, Simon Sanchez from the CCU online. Jerome McDonald saying good morning to everybody on Guam. Mitchell Prashado is watching the program, staying in touch with his family here on Guam. You see, Luke S.N. Angel is there. Marvin Menu Sablon, Jason Dinkle, Dan Guerrero. Good morning to Oliver Malacas, Kenneth Polino, David Lizard. Rai St. Nicholas is online here this morning. I got Heather Perez watching the program. And note to Rai. Looking for some new political gossip. What are you hearing out there?
Oh,
they got some interesting things happening in the media landscape. Does that translate into interesting things that may be happening in the political landscape? Inquiring minds. Heather Perez is online. Anthony Diaz Taylor is there. Mark Voigtland checking in from the Free Zone. Leslie St. Nicholas saying buenas. Zoe Ngoko, Belen Sidell, and I've got 2 rows of Valentines here. Not bad at all. I think we're getting better here. Sherry Uriarte is there. Richard Troy, guitarist. Huffa, Richard, good to have you online. Nice to see, let me see, Anthony Cathcart checking in this morning. Ellen Leon Guerrero, Rochelle Merrill. Boy, God, everybody's up early this morning. What's going on? Let me see. Frank Gunner Salas says they want to keep the herd obeying stupid mandates. And that was the thing. So if I took a test again and tested positive, I don't know that I'd tell anybody. It's COVID-19. I already had it. So it's a big deal. But now they're going to want to make me tell, what are they going to do, contact tracing over at Public Health? I thought they gave up on that.
That's personal.
I thought that was kind of the whole point to giving you the self-test so that you could, test yourself. And if you're sick, go get help on your own. You don't need us. Don't bother telling us because it's not like we're going to try to find the last 20 people that you were within 6 feet of. They gave up on that process. Anthony Cathcart, yeah, I'm going to report a positive test so they can use that information to lock us down again. I don't think so. Jeffrey Coburn is online. Frank Menno, Huffa Bunker, beat better.
Bunker.
Lou Mendiola, Post Canteen says the jackpot's at $2,450. All right, fine. It's not 3,000. Just trying to get you more customers, bro. I'm trying to, get people to. Tickets are going fast. You got to get them soon. Matt Galendez is there. Tony and Annette and Pinko. Adam.
Oh, Biba.
Big Bibas for those guys. You'll be able to watch Tony and Felix tomorrow on Candid News. I'll get you the times a little bit later on if we don't talk to Troy before too much longer. If Pam Duvall says, if I disappear from the chat, it's because I'm watching my heartthrob, Johnny Depp and his trial. I haven't paid any attention to that. Have you been watching any of the Johnny Depp trial? Have you seen? Is there Mana? Come on, you like pop culture.
Funny memes, funny memes, and
I've seen a couple
little cuts here and there.
Mean nothing to me.
I got sucked in, and that's kind of all I do from Tuesday to Saturday.
Okay, so but what's happening in it? What's going on in the
they're
trial?
continued. They took a break last week, so they're going to go back into it today. They went back in already, so. It's still Amber Heard. It's still Amber Heard who's giving her testimony.
With the fake crying and the cocaine sniffing on the actual podium
in the courthouse.
Yeah, and she's really irritating because they ask her questions and she then looks to the jury and starts telling her story. It's very dramatic and fake.
All right, well, it's fine.
But apparently, people who don't like her have.
Are they having watch parties?
Have self-esteem issues. So apparently I have self-esteem issues because I don't like her.
No self-esteem issues here at all.
Ray hit that.
Tattoo Sean is online here this morning. I see ZZ Tatminglu and Brad Wood. I'm checking Brendan Foster. Roxy Chang is online.
Hey, Foxy Roxy.
Foxy
Good
Roxy
morning.
From Turay. And what do we know about Turay?
Oh,
cameras everywhere.
But I know how to turn off a couple.
Oh, wow.
The remote?
I've got the remote. I've got the code.
You're hired, dude. You're hired down there all the
Roxy,
time.
All right, so if you ever want to go someplace and never ever want to have to worry about customer service, you go to Touray. I love the food. All right, so I'm not like Jerry Roberts picky about what I eat, but they've got this bacon lettuce tomato sandwich, right?
They do,
and they give it to you on. They put the thing on like what is it? A bagel, a bagel.
A bagel.
They give it on a bagel. And I'm going, can I? I don't want to be a hard time, but I don't. I prefer to just get this on regular American bakery Pullman bread. Can I just get that? And the guy's like, of course. Can I get you some chicken wings while you wait? Of course. So it's that, and he's like, "Hey, did you want a beer?" You know, most people aren't drinking this early, but would you like a beer? I mean, just great customer service that you
He
want.
puts it in a cup that looks like coffee.
It's
and
good enough
not
for
beer.
Judge Pitsky.
So I'll give you another example of great customer service. Is every once in a while, even if I'm not eating there, they take care of me, right? So every once in a while, I'll go like to Stacks or someplace and grab a burger and some beer and take it next to Touray in their parking lot. And last time I did that, I noticed the guy was just sitting off on the side. I said, "Hey, what's going on?" He said, No, I'm just waiting for you." What? He says, "I got to lock the gate, but I don't want to lock it while you're here." And I'm like, "Oh man, you guys are just awesome." Roxy, if you're listening, it's the guy with the I want to say it's the long hair guy. Don't fire him. 6:38 in the morning. As I said, lots and lots to get to today. There's apparently some counterfeit money that is floating around. But it's in the magistrate report. You didn't see it? There's some guy that's walking around here with fake bills. He got fake 20s and fake $50 bills, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a bunch of different places apparently going back to late April that this guy was trying to move this fake money around. The police finally got a chance to caught up with him. But and in my head, I'm going, all right, so he's not a total amateur, right? Because he's trying to move 20s and 50s, right? Otherwise, you get the idiots out there that are trying to float around $1 and $5.
Can you just go to the flea market and say, "Hey, do you have change for 20?"
Like that?
Yeah,
I just need to break some change here.
Yeah, but that's money laundering.
But a lot of people, won't do that.
They have that yellow pen.
On the mom and pop store that I like to go to, there's a sign that says we don't exchange money.
Oh, nice.
We don't exchange, but it's like we need the change too.
Yeah.
So you come in, you need to buy something if you want to break change. It better be more than like 25 cents worth of gum.
I like when they check if it's real when I come in there.
They got
But
that
what
every
happens
time.
if it's
I'm
fake
smart
and they
enough
have the
to-
yellow pen? Does it stay yellow?
You call
Does it turn
the
red?
Secret Service.
No. But what happens to the bill? Because I've never had a fake
catches fire. Explodes into flame. How do you know I'm wrong?
I don't know.
I didn't think so. 20 after.
They put a picture at Benson. I saw you.
20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way, but first we got to find out what's happening in Mana's head. It's headlines now with Mana Silva Tower. And Mana, what happened?
Well, police are looking for a woman who's reported or believed to be missing, and along with the help of military officials. The woman is described as being 23 years old, standing about 6'1", weighing possibly 220 pounds, and is said to be Caucasian with a light complexion. Authorities believe that she may have visited Oka Point Lookout where her car was discovered. Anyone with information should call the Guam Police Department. Meanwhile, the governor's office hasn't commented on allegations that surfaced over at Homeland Security. Charges against advisor Samantha Brennan. The Guam Daily Post reports that the governor's office says that they cannot comment on matters as they are going before the Civil Service Commission. It was yesterday that the Post reported that Brennan terminated an employee, Leo Espia, but apparently she doesn't have the authority to do so. She's also alleged to have terminated or alleged to be intimidating employees, discriminating against Filipino workers, showing favoritism, and committing other causes of concern. Also, the Guam Police, the teachers and the Guam Department of Education employees are set to receive a 20% increase in their pay. A lot of principals and assistant principals will also be getting a raise, and it will likely include additional benefits. At the same time, the Guam Department of Education looking at needing $30 million to fund the pay raises as it wasn't included in their budget. A bill was introduced at the legislature by Senator Talina Nelson, and that will take money from the general fund to cover the raises. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Okay, wait. I wanted to go back on something that got Real Joe laughing out loud in the thing. They're talking about in Cincinnati. They're talking about a ban on e-scooters, or what is it? They're going to timeline it from 6A to 6P because apparently these e-scooters are such a menace. Now, I didn't know what an e-scooter looked like. I was just imagining it might be like your electric bicycle, right?
No.
They
But
have
I was
them
laughing.
everywhere.
It's these.
I was laughing because it's the latest commute thing now.
Yeah, and
in
so you know
cities
they have
everywhere.
They park them. They're like an Uber, right?
You can rent them and
They park them on the side of the road,
Uh-huh.
and you go with your credit card and you swipe, or you have like an app, and you get on. You just take it off and you ditch it wherever you're done.
And then somebody else can pick it up
Yeah.
and take it. Otherwise, it's locked.
I don't know what the program is called, but I think it's Uber.
So they're trying.
everywhere.
Apparently, these are a nuisance, though,
Yeah,
because people are riding them on sidewalks.
Trying to walk on the sidewalk, and they come up from behind.
Are they noisy? Do they make it? Because
you might run into somebody.
That's the thing is they're not paying. Everybody got headphones on, or they're looking at their phones all the time. Interesting story about all of this. And naturally, now that we found a way that we can be a nuisance with something, I want one. I want one too. I would like.
They're
one of these
popular
things.
here too, man.
Dude.
I've seen people riding them around.
But where will we see the max of these things? Will all be shown off at the parade. Liberation Parade, July 21st. It's going to happen. I think there needs to be one of those things. There needs to be accidents. Police need to be called to the scene of somebody getting run over by an e-scooter.
I thought that John Ananich has a business that sells these or does something with these.
John Ananich, your name is being invoked at this time in the Ray Gibson Show. If you got it, flaunt it. 6:44 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll get more stuff on the way, so don't move.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, baby. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, ice.
Okay. All right, John Ananich online on the Facebook Live says, we sell them. We sell them. All right, Groovy's Buetta, Buetta, and John Ananich. Even Tony Huggins says, John Ananich with Audio Us has them. Buena scooters, Buetta electric, or something like that. Jose Martinez says, I want the uni-wheel motorcycle like that one guy here on Guam. Actually, there's a bunch of guys here on Guam. There's, depending on what night you're out, East Agania, you'll see these guys going up and down the sidewalk. Yeah, they got
helmets and
leathers, dude.
Yeah.
They got the whole, they're all blacked out and tacticaled out in those things.
Out, man.
I guess.
You better cover your skin.
All right, gotcha. Belen Sidell says, I will just run, and we will just watch you run. I don't know what the dress code is for these, but Belen has got just I'm going to say it, because, otherwise, what's the point of her buying and investing money in the butt huggers that she's got, that she races with, okay? I'm just going to say that's, and in fact, that's what they're called. Those shorts are called butt huggers. So, and that is the preferred wardrobe, and I hope to see some butt huggers this weekend over at the 5K in EPAL. 6:46 in the morning. Was I supposed to do some traffic? Yeah. Okay, fine. Let me get to the butt hugging traffic here. I gotta tell you how bad it's going to get in just a few days. But not northbound. Northbound's going to be all right. A little bit of traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base. That's what I'm eyeballing right now. Southbound Marine Corps Drive into Pau and into Dedadome. Not even seeing intersection traffic right now. Just a little bit of it. 16 looking clear all the way to 810 16. You will run into traffic at that central location right now, around the Happy Mart intersection, and then a little bit of traffic coming out of Route 10 onto Route 8, and then Route 8 and the regular dog and out locations that you can find in between all of those Suki intersections that they keep insisting on putting up there. We got a little bit of traffic into the downtown Agutnia area, nothing major, Big Navy in Sumai. That's it. That's your traffic on the point.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Kings Guam World Tennis Tour, presented by GTA, is bringing international tennis back to Guam. 4 weeks of international play will swing into action with 2 weeks of juniors, followed by 2 weeks of pros, May the 15th through June 12th. The Guam National Tennis Federation will host world-ranked players who will be coming to Guam from all over the world. Netters will compete for ranking points and cash to improve their position among the world best. Matches will be played daily at the Guam National Tennis Center in Harmon, starting May 15th through June 12th. Special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Dimension System, New Gen, American Medical Center, and Morico Equipment.
Hey, I'm going to give you a reason to want a new car, and I'll tell you in a second what that reason is. But where you're going to get a new car, NissanGuam.com or the World Wide Web. Look it up and take a look at all the incredible automobiles that they've got there. Got a used car, want to get rid of it? They're buying used cars hands over fist because there is, believe it or not, a huge market for it. But if you are in the market to trade in that car, even better, trade it in for something that is going to get you superior gas mileage here. Check this out. The Rogues and the Altimas, 32 miles to the gallon. These are big rides. You go, wow, kind of heavy cars. What do you mean they get that kind of mileage? Dude, it's science, and they got that figured out over at Nissan. The Sentra and the Kicks, 33 miles to the gallon. You want max miles to the gallon, smiles to the gallon? The Versa, which is already one of my favorite cars on the lot. Just totally redesigned from the roof and from the down to the tires, interior, exterior, safety built into it, and mileage, 35 miles to the gallon of gasoline. You know, $6.04 a gallon. That's starting to be like baby formula. So better take advantage of the great deals and the incredible mileage you will find at Nissans today.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Oh, yeah, it's a milestone. It's a milestone. Jose Martinez says, you've made it big when your picture is posted at Benson. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right? Happy to be a part of the Brocanic community. Got Bob and Connie Bartonico online. Connie wanting to wish a happy birthday to now retired Bob Bartonico.
Oh, happy birthday.
So he's got nothing but time now to get one of those e-scooters and just drive around Dededo and annoy people. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on, Bob, you can do it now. You got the time, bud. Roxy Chang says, we love the Point crew. We'll love you back. Don't tell your husband. Frank Menno, you're in depth watching. Coke Sniffer, Ellen Leon Guerrero. Yes, talking about, what's her name, on the screen. All right, so getting down to where we're Vicky Cordova watching. John Ananich says, buetta.com if you're online. Tony Uggan says, get the fast one, Ray. William Shadowin says, we have the scooters in Salt Lake City. Yes, they are unsafe because the drunks and meth heads drive them into traffic from every direction. We don't have a lot of methed up drunks here, but they managed. We don't have a lot, but they still managed to get on them. I'm sorry, that just makes driving on Guam that much more entertaining, that much more adventurous, don't you think? Is if in addition to swerving around potholes, watching out for other idiots in the car, and everybody hanging on their phone, is drunks and meth heads getting on these e-scooters and finding their way into traffic. I'm just saying. And he says, John Anna says, we have them. Check out our shop in Anigua Audio Us and see what they've got for you. Ken Brown watching the program, and Julene Helgenberger saying good morning to everybody. Well, I'm glad that you checked in this morning. 6:51 and change on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Now, who's on the phone?
Frank the Crank.
Frank the Crank
All
Camacho.
the way from, I think it's Vegas.
Might still be. I'd be taking some extra time in Vegas. Absolutely, and for sure. 6:51 and change. Good morning, Frank Camacho.
Hey, good morning, Ray. Good morning, Mom.
Hey, Have a day. And let me just thank you on behalf of everybody, all your familia in the Marianas. Thank you very much for going out there and repping hard Guam and the CNMI.
Oh, man, dude, we didn't get the result that we worked for, but, man, we had fun. We I did my best. We prepped the best that we could, you know, and I say we, right? Not just myself, you know, my team, and most importantly, man, my family and everyone around, you know, Team Crank. So, yeah, man, we let them fly, you know, came back on our shield, but yeah, we're healthy.
I like the way you say that. Came back on our shield. Totally real response, and I appreciated the response that you put on social media the other day. You know, could tell that you were in between getting emotional about it. I mean, anytime that you make that kind of investment, you know, good or bad, the outcome good or bad, you're going to get you know, feel kind of, you know, a good eye about it, right?
Say again?
I said I was watching the video that you put on social media, and I can tell that you were in and out of being kind of emotional in your statements, and I think that's kind of natural given the amount of effort that you put into the fight.
There's a lot invested, you know. There's a lot invested in a fight, like more than just money and time, you know, and a lot of it is time away from my family and time away from everything. So that I would never get back. But I mean, of course, right? I gain a lot of experience and things that I could take on and pass on to my kids and everyone that I meet. But yeah, it's a bummer, but it is what it is, man.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I completely appreciate that attitude. But I got to say, you know, the first things first. I was watching with Big Rick Bloss. We'd all found ourselves over magically at Carabao, and they got a big screen TV. And so Eli from KUM was there, Jim Bonanno and Rick Bloss and myself. And we're all kind of huddled around the bar area watching what was going on. And I had that. What a great feeling of unity and togetherness as all of us, you know, Guamanians and Chamorro guys, you know, and boys and girls just kind of sitting around watching the fight, watching one of our own. So that's what I mean by repping hard. I was really, really happy to have been able to experience that. And I got to say, you were absolutely right. I don't know that I have seen a better looking version of Frank the Crank Camacho. I mean, I don't know what was part of your workout regimen, but I think that was the best, most cut version of you I've ever seen.
You know, physically, we found out about the fight a few months, probably in February.
Yeah.
So, you know, if there's one thing that I got from this fight is that I feel even though we came out with a loss, I felt very fulfilled because I didn't cut no corners and nothing. You know, training was great. I was physically fit. I had a really good conditioning program. And shout out to Ray Chargaloff. You know, he really got me in a good physical shape. My nutritionist Ian Laros, we were just hitting it from the get-go. My wife just keeping me in check and just reminding me all these, you know, like, hey man,
no cheat days, no cheat days.
Fried rice.
Well, I tell you what, and it paid off because you look great going into to the ring. But getting back to the video, I was looking at your face, bro. And does it hurt? Does your face hurt? Is it? Can you let your wife kiss you in the face yet, or is it still kind of itay?
Yeah, no, man, it's, you know, it was a tough day at the office, but I mean, I'm used to it. You know, okay. I mean, you know, if anything, it's hard for my baby girl Catalina because she's like, oh, look at those stitches, and then she'll be like, whack, whack, and I'm like, ah.
You can't.
Like, that's a long eyebrow, Daddy. She tries to pull and yank at the stitches. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Loving this conversation. Frank the Crank Camacho on the line here this morning. I got to say, Tony D'Angelo's, you know, obviously a big fan and you know, one of the central guys around here, great ref, was, and I kind of agreed with him. I disagreed that on the TKO because, yeah, you took a 1-2 in the face. It was a hard combination, knocked you down, but I didn't think you were out when the guy started coming over the top on you. You already looked like you were ready to take it to ground. Like, okay, I'm down here. Come on down, join me, and let's rock and roll. I mean, did you feel like the TKO was timed right?
You know, so this is my take on the whole thing, right? I fell down on my butt. I knew what was going on, and I was like, okay, shoot, if you're gonna come down here, come down here.
Yeah.
But I put the ref in a position to where he had to protect the fighter, and he didn't want no blood on his hands. You know what I mean? So it was as a competitor, it was my fault for putting him in that position. You know what I mean? I think the first step would have been don't get punched in the jaw. You know?
Maybe, but it was hard. I mean, because the tail of the tape, I was watching that. You guys were within a half inch of each other in terms of reach, but it looked like his arms were so much longer as you guys were tying up with each other.
No, for sure. And, and he was swinging for the fences. When he dropped me and I fell down, I just felt like like he was starting to slow down a little bit. But, I mean, he was cracking me with great shots. I had my hands up and I was trying to roll shots, but, man, he was just looping around the guard. And, yeah, it is, man. It was a fight game, No,
that was kind of one of the comments. I was sitting next to somebody and said, "Well, Frank's taking a lot of headshots." I said, "Don't worry, he's from Saipan. They got hard heads there."
I know, right?
It's gonna be all right. Don't worry about it. So one of the other things, and people immediately coming to your defense saying, "Well, you are also a little bit older than your competitor." At number one and number two, it feels like everybody's missed a couple of years worth of being able to fight, and you could not fight last year because of a result of a car accident. Did that downtime out of the ring time have an impact? Do you suppose?
People say that. I honestly, man, I felt so good. Everything leading up to this fight camp, from the training to the preparation to the mindset to everything. I felt great, and I was fighting in the Apex where it's not a huge crowd, so I didn't feel the jitters when my music was playing, when Jed's song was playing, and I heard my boys. I was like, wow, man, it's on. I feel good. Like, I'm ready to just let it go. And I think that was, as crazy as it sounds, Ray, I think that was the most fulfilling part, is that I did everything to the best of my ability. And even though I didn't get the result that I wanted, I truly tried my best with everything. And I was walking out of that cage with no shoulda, woulda, coulda.
What's next, Frank? I mean, a little bit of time left on here before we got to get into Fox News. But what's next for you? I'm not going to say at your age, but I mean, are there other matches? You've put another L in your column. What happens next at your stage in your fighting career?
Everything's pretty fresh, Ray. If anything, I'm really just looking forward to holding my wife's hand on this 4-hour drive back to California. I'm on the road right now.
Oh, cool.
And just to reassess, and just make up for the time that I was gone away, and just.
Let me throw this out at you. You are such a great influence for so many people on Guam, including the young people. And I know that there's some listening to the broadcast right now. And it's one thing to bask in the glory of victory. It's another one to understand and accept the loss here. What message do you have for the young listeners here?
You know what? First and foremost, do not be afraid to fail, because that will just hold you back from even trying. And when you have that mindset of not being afraid to fail, give it your all and give it your 100%, 110%, and crank it up towards the goal that you're trying to get.
Amen to that. Hey, hugging a kiss to Sarah on this long drive back to Los Angeles, and hope to see you down at the beach when you come home.
Yes, sir, man. I'll see you guys soon. I love you guys. Thank you for all the support, man, ever since. And, man, my head is up high. I am healthy. I have a beautiful family, amazing friends, and a paradise island. Life is good, man.
I'm going to leave that there. I appreciate your time. Safe drive back. We know how you are behind the wheel just after 7 o'clock in the morning. You're listening to KUSG. Again, your 93.3 is the point. See you, Frank.
Live. The FDA is also approving more foreign-made formula to be imported. Abbott, a major manufacturer of infant formula, was forced to shut down a production facility earlier this year after a recall.
Abbott this afternoon saying it has reached a deal to restart formula production at its Michigan factory. It was a mixed day on Wall Street. The Dow up 26 points. The S&P closing 15 points lower. The Nasdaq down 142 points at the close bell. America's listening to Fox News.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not 1, not 2, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Sweden's prime minister announcing today that her country will seek NATO membership in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That move comes after neighboring Finland announced yesterday that it too would seek to join the 30-country military alliance. The reward for information leading to the arrest of an escaped Texas inmate is now at $50,000.
A search via canine on horseback and from the air near Centerville, Texas over the weekend. And so far, nothing in a hunt for 46-year-old convicted murderer Gonzalo Lopez, who's 6 feet tall, 190 pounds, and who escaped from a transport bus Thursday after stabbing the driver and fleeing on foot.
If you see this guy, do not attempt to take him into custody yourself. Please call 911. He is a dangerous person.
The Texas Department of Criminal Justice spokesman Robert Durst says kidnapped and killed a man in 2005 and shot a sheriff's deputy during a traffic stop in 2004. He was serving a life sentence when he escaped. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The stage now set for the conference finals in the NBA playoffs.
It's the end of the road for the reigning champs.
Ahead to Brown. Brown's got 9 points in the period, 19 for the game. White, Williams, three-pointer.
Call courtesy of ESPN. Grant Williams with a three-pointer, 1 of 7 on the day for him, and a playoff best 27 points for the Boston Celtics forward as they end the Milwaukee Bucks repeat bid. Celtics with a 109-81 win for the 4-3 series victory. They'll open the Eastern Conference Finals Tuesday against the Miami Heat. Meantime, the Dallas Mavericks are on to the finals in the West as Luka Doncic's 35-point night guides the way in a 123-90 pounding of the Phoenix Suns to set up a best-of-7 against the Golden State Warriors. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
Gas prices have hit a record high, with AAA reporting the nationwide average now $4.48 per gallon. The U.S. average price of diesel hitting $5.56 per gallon. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Off a day at 7:06, I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. Guam police and military officials were asking for the public's help in finding a missing woman. Although her name and picture haven't been released, we have received unconfirmed reports, though, that she may have been found. We will await more information from the police. Meanwhile, she is described as being 23, standing 6'1", and weighs about 220 pounds, and is also said to be of Caucasian descent and with a light complexion. Authorities say that she may have visited the Oka Point Lookout where her car was discovered. No other information was released, nor was it said what her affiliation was with the military, but the military was involved in the search that was started yesterday. Meanwhile, a 37-year-old man was arrested by Guam police after allegedly sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl while she was sleeping. Junior Psycap was charged with second-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony. His alleged victim told police that she woke up to Psycap sexually assaulting her. She screamed to wake up her mother, forcing the man to immediately go onto the floor where he was pretending to be asleep. The child's mother asked Psycap why he was on the floor, and he told her he was looking for cigarettes. Witnesses also allegedly told officers that Psycap drinks a lot and drinks every night and is drunk most of the time. Well, if you happen to take an at-home COVID test and come up positive, the Department of Public Health says that you have to report the results to them. The JIC report stating that residents must report any positive results for the at-home COVID test within 24 hours. The call for positive test results comes with reminders about COVID safety precautions, which also calls for those who are positive to isolate until they are cleared according to public health guidelines. We'll have more news right after this.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hafaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hafaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
The governor's office isn't commenting on the allegations of discrimination and other complaints filed against the Homeland Security Advisor, Samantha Brennan. From the Guam Daily Post, the governor's office says that they can't comment on matters in the dispute before, as it's before the Civil Service Commission. It was yesterday that the Post reported that Brennan terminated an employee, Leo Espia, in late April over security concerns involving his use of a server and private emails. But the Office of Civil Defense Administrator Charles Esteves, who is the hiring authority of the department, says that Brennan doesn't have the authority to terminate any employees. The termination appeal is now before the Civil Service Commission. But the matter has also brought to light some criticism that have been raised against Brennan's leadership style. Reports from other government employees submitted by Esteves in a request to revoke Espia's termination allege that the Homeland Security Advisor undermined or intimidated employees. She's discriminated against Filipino workers and also is alleged to have showed favoritism and committed other causes of concern. Brennan has not commented on the allegations. The Post reports that she previously worked as a director of the Department of Corrections, where she also received criticism over her working conditions at the prison. Also, the CNMI is wrapping up its case against the governor, the Governor Ralph Torres, in the Senate trial that was started just a couple of days ago. It was just 2 days of hearings on the 6 articles of impeachment against Ralph Torres. The defense in the case essentially going unchallenged without a prosecutor to cross-examine or rebut any of the testimony. The vote on the articles of impeachment accusing Torres of felony, neglect of duty, and corruption is set for 1:30 tomorrow. The CNMI representative, Tina Sablan, has called the process a travesty of justice. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Did they say it like a super dramatic? Because it seems to me that if you're going to use words like travesty, you've actually got to be loud about it. This is a travesty of justice.
I can't imagine Tina doing that.
This is a travesty. Unconscionable. That's another word they like to use. I think there might be something else in a newspaper. I'll dig it out a little bit later on. All right, here it is. Time for the weather. Mostly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. It will feel like 96 because of the travesty of the heat index. Expect winds out of the east 8 to 13 miles an hour. Tonight, 7 to 9 mile an hour winds. Partly cloudy skies and overnight lows cooler, about 76 degrees. About the same thing for tomorrow. Sunny, highs near 88. Partly cloudy skies rolling in the evening tomorrow. Sunrise this morning was was early, 5:54 for those of you keeping track. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:40. Hashtag tell the others. And people that just came to Guam are listening going, hashtag, what does that mean? What is it? What is hashtag tell the others? All right, so it's a COVID term. It's a COVID era term that came to me because there was a time where they didn't want us
COVID era
on the beach. They didn't want us having sunset. You remember that? They were saying, no, not unless you're exercising. Well, I don't feel like exercising. I just want to sit at the beach and drink beer. Is there a problem with that? And for a while, there was. So what me and some other friends did was we found a couple of secret spots, accessible only by feet or four-wheel drive or Sherpa goats. It's the only way that you could get to these places. And so we'd send a message to the other with the hashtag tell the others. The other defiers, the others that would not, kneel, would not take a knee to the Red Queen. Know what I mean? Yeah, so that's where that phrase comes from. But I find myself using it all the time. So hashtag tell the others whenever you got something fun. And P.S. I am the others. It's 7:12. Be right back.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Half a day. My name is Joan Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program as Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
I see it at 7:13 in the morning. Real Joe saying you got to do a blurb here for APL and security title. Absolutely. American President Lines, global presence with a local home. You need something that's way over there brought over here. Call Charlie and his team over at APL, and they'll talk to you about getting all of that done. 7:13 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title. Two of the nicest people in the world. One. B, they're also like experts when it comes to real estate. This is what they do. This is their bread and butter. You almost never hear about them, coming up with some other kind of side hustle, because this is what they do to make sure that you, as a buyer and a seller, are protected all the way through the real estate process. Get it started. You talk to your realtor. You've figured out what it is that you want. They get the next call at Security Title.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show.
Yep.
Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Actually, there is one other service I'd like Security Title to be able to do, and that is to beat the crap out of the appraisers when they sting me. I actually, this has actually happened to me. I was selling a piece of property out in oh my God, why did I sell that piece of property? It's so great. Out in Kenyatta, and the appraiser comes by. And he's, so yeah, everything is looking good here, but I don't know, in the guest shower, there is no shower head.
Oh yeah,
and that
automatic
missing,
10 grand re.
Oh my God, you're not kidding. You are not
10
kidding.
10 grand re.
Oh, it's amazing. I said, oh yeah. That's Grandma's shower, and she doesn't like to use the shower, and she likes the whole thing to come out in one big stream. And the guy says, oh, yeah, okay, well, it's still in the report. And I said it would take literally 30 seconds to screw the shower head back in. And he says, well, it wasn't in at the time. And I thought, I'm gonna get Ron from Security Title, and he's going to take you around the back of the house, and he's going to kick your lily white...
I'll rough you up a little bit.
Oh!
Just kidding, Richard.
Unbelievable. Yeah, so I got the hard, and there's like two or three of these appraisers that are out there, two or three appraisal groups that are out there, and two of them are okay, and the one guy is yeah,
stickler, man.
Yeah, I want to use a different word than stickler.
Okay.
Rhymes with stick. But anyway, so hi, Ray Gibson here. Welcome to the program. 7:16 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Just reeling from a great conversation that we had with Frank the Crank Camacho on his 4-hour drive from what did he say? He was in Vegas trying to get all the way back to Los Angeles, hook up there with some friends, and then find his way to come home. And lots of comments on the Facebook Live about that. Tony Uggan says, "What a class act this Frank the Crank is." And I said, "Jois Marcy Cello, good to have you out there." Sweat, bloods, and tears says Mike Grace Bloss. John Ananich says, "Super classy guy. You are a champ, Frank." And Tony says, "That's why Frank is such class. No fault but his. Not blaming anybody. He didn't blame Putin for his loss." I'm sure I would have been able to last longer in 4 minutes had Putin not invaded the Ukraine. Wow, it's terrible what's going on in the world stage. Honoring the sport and representing the islands with humility. And I'm sure that there's others, but Patrick Iriarte has posted something really... Oh, what is it? Patrick Nicholas, Sexadamus of the Marianas. That's how he's referring to himself now.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's impressive.
There won't be any banning today, I'll tell you this. But still, I don't know. Some of you haven't read the thing all the way down to where he refers to himself as the Sexadamus of the Marianas. New words on the program. That's fun. Gene Fujikawa saying, "Good morning, Ray. 25 days and counting. Reunite with the family in Vietnam." Oh, I'd love to go with you. What are the requirements to get into Vietnam right now? Do I have to be vaccinated? Do I have to be a communist? I don't think so, right? No. I don't have to, been there in the war or anything like that. POW? No. Okay, got it. Scott Armstrong's on, and William John says it's super nice in Utah. 80 degrees, zero humidity, and nice wind out there. Dennis Benzer talking about Secret Beach. Yeah, that was nice. There was grilling going on every time over at, and in fact, one of the nights we did some grilling over at, I don't even know if it might actually be called Secret Beach, so maybe I shouldn't say too much about it, but there was a guy that came in with, not Benadu. It was venison. He had been hunting in the States and brought some venison back with him, and we did some grilling there. Yeah, not all of COVID was bad or unbearable. I mean, there was as any. I mean, even Ben Bloss, the guy they named the camp after, wrote a book about literally how much fun he and a bunch of other teenagers had during the Japanese occupation of the island. So not too far off. We got COVID-19 lockdowns and stay inside orders and don't go to the beach and drink beer orders, and we're saying like the hell with that, and we did, and those were good times, fun times. Brendan Fausto, Josie Cruz, Pat Saho, Bill Marino online, Flo Santos, Pete Rivera, Jose Santos, Margaret Artero, Eric Ad, I see Mike Schneip checking in this morning, JB St. Nicholas, the other McDonald, that's Joe, is watching the program. Cameron Mendiola, I see Francis Duffy. Good morning to Doris St. Nicholas. Ismail Velez. Ding Scambaluri is online. Ding, are you running, bro? Come on.
Hey, morning,
you picked up a packet, right?
Yeah.
If you don't run, can you reopen Ralphie's? Wait. There's this guy. I'm going to make this work. So they just pulled out of Pokey Fry. Which, before it was Pokey Fry, was a nightclub. It was a strip joint, but it was a club.
I thought it was the...
It was the old Club Cosmos.
I thought it was the Guam Young Men's League.
That's upstairs.
Okay.
That's upstairs. That's where they have their meetings. It's the YMLG building.
Same thing, Ray.
I know. Yeah, I don't want to say anything anymore about those guys, but wouldn't it be cool if we could just take whatever, in that whole pro area, the Pokey Fry area, and turn that into another Ralphie's? If you're not running for office, then can you do that for me? Because we need another watering hole in downtown Agutnia area. Julia Santos, Joe Jerry, Jesse Ninette Aurelio Pareda has checked in. Carl Meyer aboard the USS Herodot. Don't know where he is, but he'll send me a picture of Ocean. Michelle Lasunko and Marie Babauta Balbin. Key Locke is watching the program, and so is Rico Blancavor. Do me a favor. I gotta every once in a while throw this in. Hit the share button, like, and favorite whatever it is that you're watching on, if that's the protocol. Hit the share button. It's a left hand or right hand thing that goes out, and that's how everybody can know that this is the place that you have found for all the important news, political gossip, smart aleck comments about everything that we are trying to make through every single day here on Guam. 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. We do from time to time take a look at what's happening on the markets. I haven't actually clicked into that, but while I'm waiting for the webpage to come up, I do have bad news. We are in, as far as the numbers right now that are available are concerned, we are in what I like to refer to as the inversion where West Texas crude is actually more expensive than Tapas. Now, Tapas, because it's early in the week, I've got stale numbers on Tapas, but the last time anybody looked, Tapas was trading for $113.47. Today, West Texas crude is now $113.78. So WTI more expensive than among the most expensive crudes on the planet. That is Tapas that comes out of Singapore. Bad news on the power side because power rates, the LEAC, is based on a rolling average of a few days on what's going on with West Texas crude. And so as that trends up, there is a more of a stronger likelihood that they might need to look at the LEAC again. Cross your fingers that that's not going to happen. Tapas now at $113.47. The increase in West Texas crude also has a companion impact on what's happening with the price of fuel. Stateside, what did they say? Stateside, it's $4.48 for the average price for a gallon of gas, $4.48 or so.
Yeah.
I just got word from Colin, who has been to the auto port today. They don't normally change until Saturday. So Saturday, you might see it go up. Right now, though, we've got regular gasoline over at the auto port for $4.39 is what you're going to be paying for that.
Yummy.
Yeah. So those military chicks that you've got your eye on, Joe, that much more attractive.
Yeah, E8s, E9s.
Right, whatever.
Yeah.
Bingo. And so... and sorry, it's a Ray Gibson Show joke about Real Joe and his desire to one of these days hook up with a military single mom or dad. Have you decided?
Yeah, man, I'm not sure these days.
Just whatever the ID.
Everything's looking good, man.
7:22 in the morning. All right, let's take a look at some of the numbers that we've got here. A couple of American markets are down, but not down hard. S&P 500 off by 15 points, closing at 4,008. NASDAQ at 11,662. They're up by 142 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average is in the green. Yay! But only 26. It's like if somebody had sold just a few more shares of something else, they would have been down for the day. 32,223 is where the Dow ends up. FTSE is up by 46. Nikkei picked up 119 points. They got the Hang Seng green by 51. Shanghai off by 10. VIX off by 1. And the DAX down by $63.55. Don't see anybody blaming Putin here. Big winners on the S&P: Occidental Petroleum, NRG, Energy Company, Halliburton, Marathon Oil, and Constellation. Can you tell West Texas is moving up? Let me look at the NASDAQ and see if there's anything interesting there. CGen, Vertex, AstraZeneca, Electronic Arts, and Regeneron round out the top 5. For the NASDAQ, big winners on the Dow: Chevron, Merck & Company, Verizon, Caterpillar Inc., and Walgreens. All right, well, I guess that's good news for those guys. I don't know that how much of that is all in what I've got when the guys over at the place look at my numbers. West Texas, like I said, it's gone up in the last couple of minutes. $113.89 now for West Texas crude. We're looking at gold at $1,822 for an ounce of all of that. And if we're talking about Japanese coming to Guam, that's a Japanese word, by the way. There's I forget what it is. The sound of them breathing through their teeth when the Japanese people are put into an awkward position. I'm not gonna do this. It is 129.12 yen to the U.S. dollar, which means it's very expensive for them to come to Guam. But they are coming, because I told you yesterday, we were looking at the flight thing over at the flight computer over at the airport. United has got 3 flights coming out of Japan, a couple of them from Narita and one from Haneda. So obviously there are good things that are going to be happening with that. Has the sell-off, has the drop in Bitcoin continued? Last time we looked at, we're what, 31?
Yeah, it went down to 28, and now it's at 30.
Oh, okay. So is it a rebound? Do we want to call it a rebound?
I don't think so, man.
Do we care?
Let's not call it a comeback.
Yeah, you call something a comeback, and it's like every once in a while they come out and say, I really like this band. They kind of reminiscent of the Beatles. Fastest way to kill a band's trajectory is to compare them to Peter and not Peter, but what's his name? The Beatles guys: Ringo, John,
Paul,
Luke,
Paul,
Matthew,
Mark.
Ludicrous. It's 7:25 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Now would be a good time to jump into Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. However, I must say that today is Tuesday, and on Tuesdays you get 2 Jerry Roberts. You get them once in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show with the Extra Point, and also in today's Guam Day Post. The column is called The Work Zone. Today, when to shut up. never, the thought has never even occurred to me. You have the right to remain silent. I just don't have the ability. Now, with today's Extra Point is Jerry Roberts, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
I keep telling managers that you have to get to know your workers, and it pays to listen to them. I have a story today that will prove my claim. That's next on the Extra Point.
Get big discounts on huge travel experiences with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. You can travel to destinations in the USA and receive 10% off selected United Airlines Premium Economy or Business Class airfares purchased through May 31st, 2022 when you use promo code FHB022. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com/United Fair Sale 10 for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
I saw a story recently that bears out my contention that managers too often ignore what they're told by their workers. A Kentucky man with an anxiety disorder asked his employer not to celebrate his birthday as he felt it would cause a panic attack. Did the employer listen? No. They went merrily ahead and staged a surprise lunchtime party for the employee, Kenneth Burling. Well, Burling got upset over this, and when he protested, bad turned to worse. He was called into a meeting where he was criticized for his reaction. According to the lawsuit, that triggered another panic attack. He was then sent home for 2 days. The company then sent him a letter informing him that he was being terminated over the events of the previous week. The reason for the termination was that he, Burling, had violated the company's workplace violence policy. The company's CEO stated that Burling was removed from the building quickly to, quoting now, de-escalate the situation. He was not allowed back in. Burling got a lawyer and sued his former employer, alleging disability discrimination and retaliation. The case went to a jury, and they awarded Burling $450,000, calling the incident an adverse employment action. What can we learn from this? First, there are significant mental health issues in America, Guam included. Government mental health facilities have historically been underfunded and were grossly unprepared for what COVID-19 brought. Portland, Oregon-based insurance company The Standard recently reported that about 46% of the more than 1,400 workers surveyed at the end of last year said they were struggling with mental health issues, compared to 39% a year earlier. And more than half of workers, 55%, said a mental health issue has affected them more since the pandemic began. According to Dr. George James, a licensed marriage and family therapist, many people may not know where to turn for help. He said the stigma of mental illness, therapy, and mental health at work can keep many employees from using resources. We've seen survey after survey that clearly shows mental health issues are on the rise. And this isn't just an American problem. It's global. It includes anxiety, isolation, dealing with toxic workers, injustices, whether real or perceived, financial uncertainty, and the list goes on. Mental health concerns include lost productivity. In 2010, this was pegged at $2.5 trillion annually. It's estimated that this will increase to $6 trillion per year by 2030. Burling's attorney said, "I think the significance for employers is that they need to understand they shouldn't make assumptions about individuals with mental health issues." Kevin was an exceptional employee that went above and beyond for his employer. And if they would have taken a step back, it would have been clear that he did not present any danger at all, unquote. To cap this off, I'm going to go back to the beginning here when I said managers have to get to know their workers and listen to them. Burling said he didn't want a birthday celebration. If his employer had complied with his request, none of this may have ever happened. It doesn't get any more basic than that. These problems are going to be with us. Mental health issues are not going away. Being deaf and blind to them only makes things worse. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
7:30 in the morning, another great Jerry Roberts Extra Point. Something else to be cognizant of the office every once in a while. Maybe it's good to say, hey, Joe, you okay? You all right? You doing okay? I'll worry about you, Joe. All right. Montesilva Tyrant's coming up in a second with news and headlines. But first, I wanted to do a shout. I was taking a look at the dashboard. You know, always making a big deal about like and share the program and let everybody else know that we got people listening. And there's people that do. William John Shadow always sharing the program with stateside listeners. I appreciate you saying so. But we've got one today in merry old England, in the United Kingdom. There's somebody that is, at least one person that I know of is listening to the broadcast from the UK. And it got me thinking about, hey, maybe let's go and find out what some of the big stories are in the United Kingdom. Because, you know, for the most part, you have Fox News, whatever, American stuff, Guam stuff, local stuff. But, you know, we never get to hear about what happens in England. So I thought I'd go and find a story that I can share with you from the United Kingdom. And this one here. Oh, look, there's an ad for Longhorn. In American money, it's $32 for Flo's Filet. How about that? Here's the story. 2 men have been arrested on suspicion of a racially aggravated public order offense at Tottenham's game against Burnley. The Metropolitan Police said the men were ejected from the Burnley section of the stadium in North London. Tottenham Hotspur said, do any of these words make any kind of sense at all to anybody? No. Just listening to Burnley, Tottenham Hotspur said on Twitter that 2 visiting fans were arrested following discriminatory gestures. The club said it would be supporting the police with their investigation. Burnley also said it was working with Tottenham and both the Metropolitan Police and Lancashire Police on the matter here. So a couple of guys ejected and then arrested following discriminatory gestures. What the hell is a discriminatory gesture? They said, here's the headline on the story. 2 arrested over racist gestures at Tottenham versus Burnley. Racist gesture. I'm sorry. What is a racist gesture? Does anybody have any idea? This is where and whoever it is that is listening in the United Kingdom, hopefully you come here for a little bit of common sense and to get out of that weird woke political correct bubble that you live in out there, where somebody can be arrested for making a gesture. A gesture. So maybe what it is. And I'm trying to figure out what is a racist gesture supposed to look at? If I wanted to, with a gesture, insult somebody of a different culture, I'm not sure if I'd know how to do it. And Real Joe does one of these things. Well, make your eyes. Make your eyes batsical. Make your eyes batsical. And I'm like, well, wait a second. That cannot be termed a racist gesture for me.
We're not coming from Joe because Joe's...
My daughter's half Japanese, for God's sakes. Of course she's got a little bit of batsical in there. And I'm allowed to appropriate that as the father of a little batsical baby here. So what I don't understand is if I wanted to make somebody of, a person of color feel... without saying anything, without actual words coming out of my mouth, how would I, a racial gesture?
Stuff there, man. How did they figure that out?
They're just trying to. People just, everybody. We're going to issue you your gray prison clothes, and that's going to be the end of it. Everything that you say, do, think, or they think you think, could be construed as some kind of a racist gesture. And if you think that I'm getting over the top on this, just wait until the concept of race gesturing becomes a thing in the United States of America. It's going to start happening,
Imagine
guys.
Going to jail for that.
Imagine getting busted for something like that. At 7:35 in the morning.
I'm in here for gestures, bro.
gesture racism. I don't. It's 7:35 on the Ray Gibson Show. I even looked up another story because I wanted to see what exactly this is. England footballer Tyrone Mings has accused Home Security Preeti Patel of stoking the fire of racism by labeling taking the knee before games as gesture politics. See, now it's Bob Klitsky is going. Bob Klitsky could do 4 hours on this. He could just span over a couple of days worth of programs on just how ridiculous the thinking people are into these days. We got to break away from this beautiful conversation and jump into headlines. Montesilva Tyrant has got news. We didn't do your.
No, the guy, I looked up racial gesture on YouTube, and the guy did do the ching ching eye thing.
Really?
Yeah, he did.
Well, who are they playing?
I don't know. It's Astros. Gurriel makes racial gesture toward Darvish.
It's 7:36 in the morning, and no, it's not you. It's the world. World is upside down. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Whatever happened to that? I got a thing from a buddy of mine in one of my chat groups, and I thought enough of it that I figured I'm going to copy this and share it with you and put it up on the screen, and you will nod your head. We live in a time where intelligent people are being silenced so that stupid people won't be offended. Let that sink in while you listen to the news with Mana.
Stupid is as stupid does.
Brought to you by, who's that? Burger King with the 33 anniversary. I was going to say 33-year-old Whoppers, but Rudy won't let me say that. It's 33 years worth of celebration. They've got these Whopper melts. They got a regular Whopper melt. They got a spicy one. They got a bacon one. You want to try that before that goes away. It's only for a limited time. Also being brought to you by Auntie Lolita Kamet from Hoffaday Realty. Give her a telephone call and let her make all of your real estate dreams come true. Mana, what happened?
Well, Guam police and military officials were looking for a woman who was reported missing or believed to be missing. The woman who's described only as being 23, standing 6'1", and weighing 220 pounds, may have visited the Oka Point. Police and authorities were seen searching her car that was left at the lookout. We have received unconfirmed reports, though, that she may have been found. We are waiting for details on that. Meanwhile, a 37-year-old man was arrested by Guam police after allegedly sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl while she was sleeping. Junior PsyCap charged with second-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony. And if you happen to take an at-home COVID test, Public Health wants you to give them the report. The JIC report stating that residents must report any positive results for their at-home COVID test within 24 hours. The call for these positive tests comes with reminders about COVID safety precautions, which also calls for those who are positive to isolate until they are cleared, according to public health guidelines. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
It's just, why are they doing this now? I don't understand this. I mean, I want to do a gesture. I want to do a gesture and aim it at the brain trust, at the public health and social services, because this doesn't make any sense right now. We knew that there was the second they started with being able to get 4 kits in the mail from the federal government. They knew that that was going to be, honestly, the end of any kind of contact tracing. People get it or they don't get it.
They want people to report because they're probably losing any sort of grasp on how many positive cases are out there. Because fewer people, they're even closing up their shopping season because fewer people are turning out to get tested. So they want to get some
because
sort of
maybe fewer people are getting sick from COVID-19. Is it possible that it's run its course? Everybody that was going to get COVID got either the Delta or the regular version or the Omicron, and either lived. Most of them lived or not. But it just seems to me that the second that people were able to get home test kits for free from the federal government, not once but twice, that was going to be the end of being able to do any kind of surveillance because people just simply wouldn't tell public health. I didn't know. It didn't come with instructions when I took the test. It said, this is how you do it. And I got the test result, and I said, well, I guess I got COVID-19. I better do whatever it is I'm supposed to do with COVID-19, which is come to work every day.
Yeah,
come to work every day.
Every day.
But to be fair, we ended the show for 2 days at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then I immediately left the office. I was, obviously there's things that I can do. The only thing that I need to be physically in the building here to do is this. Well, that's not entirely true. I could have done the show from the house. But
I know. I told you.
I'd rather be here. But the rest of it can be done with telework, and everybody around me has already had COVID-19 one way or the other. So I figured that we were all safe.
And I did take.
And this did not become a super spreader
I
event.
took 2 of those at-home COVID tests, and both times came back negative. Even though I was in direct contact.
See,
with you.
now, if you get a negative, maybe you should tell as well so that we can count up the number of not just the people that are sick, but get an idea of how many people are taking the test and coming up negative to make them feel a whole lot better. Maybe that will be tomorrow's directive from the people over at Public Health. It's 7:40. Already in the morning? Okay, got it. More Ray Gibson Show. Maybe even looking at traffic and a few other things that will just make me knit my eyebrows together after these.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the eVolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The eVolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. eVolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
I'm sorry, I got it. 7:41 in the morning here, and a buddy of mine sent me a picture. I'll put it up on the screen in a couple of minutes, but it's one of those gestures. It's a gesture now, and the crazy thing is, it started off as a spoof, the OK symbol. Right?
Oh,
and
white
now
power.
everybody says that's white power. How dare you with the white power thing? And I'm going, wait, no. It's okay. It's always been okay. And then somebody in the dark web said, no, we're going to spread this thing around. And among the very stupid people, it actually took. It actually took. People say, oh, my God, that is such a racist gesture. White power, how dare you? 7:42 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. All right, time to take a look at what's happening on your roadways. Is it this one? It's this one. Okay, online here. Let me see. Jigo Town, is it busy getting on the north end of town? A couple of spots over by the grocery store looking a little bit busy on your way past the old... amusement park, maybe a little bit busy there as well. Meeting up with some traffic on Waisangsong, but not a whole lot. 1 and 3 looking a little bit busy, and you are going to see some traffic at 16 and 1 by the Micronesia Mall. Make your way inbound to 8, 10, and 16, running fairly busy on the 10 side towards the intersection, busy, and then once you're past the intersection, also busy in both directions, south and northbound on Route 8, right up until you get to that intersection. So expect some delays. Route 4 running fairly clear, except in a couple of the spots over by the Apicento Gardens intersection, and maybe a little bit up in the Ordot area before you get into Sinania. Even looking at some traffic in Agania and Agania Heights. A lot more traffic on intersection of 1 and 2 down at Big Navy in Sumai. And oddly, on the flip side of the island, you don't see too much happening around here, but it looks like Jonia is getting fairly busy. Looking to try to see what the traffic is like at the intersection of 4 and 10, but it looks like the intersection over Cross Island Road might be running a little bit busy as well. 7:43 there is your right now traffic. But before I leave the right now traffic, I do want to get this up on the screen. Because I think it is going to be of vital importance. And you will say, why wasn't I warned? Well, here is the warning. It is a notice to the public of a temporary road closure, but you will hate driving every single day. Motorists, this is according to the...
Oh, that's great.
You liking this? Okay.
Yeah, I love it, man.
Motorists are advised that roads along Route 1, starting from Naval Base Guam to East Agania, will experience one-lane road closure portion by portion as the project progresses due to NAVFAC project, the water repair transmission line vault valve covers from NBG to the Barragata Reservoir. The project will begin day after tomorrow and is expected to be completed in November of 2022. Continues daily, Monday through Friday, 7:30 in the morning to 4:30 in the afternoon. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I don't want your apology. I want you to work at night. I want you to work at night. There's not as much traffic out there at night. And they say, what is a dangerous road? A lot of people die on that road. It's dangerous there. We got the northbound lane there. We got to take care of all of that
stuff. It's a waving opportunity, Ray.
It is a wave. Oh, my God, a wave opportunity. So from Naval Base Guam all the way northbound Marine Corps Drive. And that's what's going to be affected. One lane northbound on Marine Corps Drive. So that is going to suck for everybody trying to come out from Route 2, right? Everybody Agate Santa Rita. You already have to weigh out the traffic over at the intersection of 1 and 2, and then you're going to have to, I suppose, make that turn into everybody at the same time now. Everybody try to get in the inside lane because the construction is going to be on the outside lane, area by area, all the way until it gets to East Agania.
Bring snacks.
You need to be in a Nissan. You need to be in a Nissan. I just tell you right now, entertainment systems are awesome. They got great radios inside. You can listen to them. If you want to listen on the app, that's no problem. They got these things that detect when your phone is in the car and will automatically put it on the Apple Play system or the Google whatever, the thing that they've got there. And they're super, super safe. And if you've got to get stuck in traffic, get stuck in a new Nissan today. At 7:45 in the Ray Gibson Show. Don't move.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Where let's put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
In celebration of our 33rd anniversary, BK's new Whopper Melts are here. Our Whopper Melts feature 2 slices of toasted bread layered with 2 Whopper Junior patties for a quarter pound of flame grilled beef, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce. Whopper Melts now available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our big Whopper fans. Top off your meal with jalapeno cheddar bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Whopper Melts, now available for a limited time. BK, Tumon Bay, Aganya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way. $7:47 Ray Gibson Show. It's Tuesday, right? Got it?
All day, sir.
Not bad. Not bad. Every once in a while, you consider it a victory when I remember what day it is.
Yes.
As we launch into the program. I'm tell you, what hits me though is every once in a while I'll lose track of the dates. So today it's the 17th, right?
You're way better than Joe Biden, though.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you very much.
communist.
Well, I work on it all the time. The reason I got to get dates in my head, the only one in May that really makes any difference to me is May the 11th, which is my birthday, and now that's passed. Oh, by the way, we had, for those of you that were at the party, we had one of those the camera people there.
I saw it, man.
Yeah, and
nice video.
Yeah, there's a video floating around.
You didn't shower.
I did not shower. But the pictures from the photo booth are all out. So if you know who to get a hold of, we'll let you know about downloading some of those things and what the charge is going to be to destroy some of the originals. Because there were a number of people at the photo booth that frankly thought they were at their house. Sidelines is like that. You will let your guard down, especially if you were there for some kind of a party. Now, the other date in May I wanted to keep track of was the 15th of May, because that was the start date for international tennis sensation and a big tourney that is going on here on Guam. Torgan Smith from the Guam Tennis Association, or whatever it is that we're calling it these days, on the line. Good morning, Torgan.
Hey, Ray. Guam National Tennis Federation.
That's what did I not say Guam National Tennis Federation? I did not use the word federation in a Star Trek kind of way.
You got it right on the commercial, which is the important thing.
I did put that in the commercial, and as a favor to my friends, we're running it all the time on all three of the radio stations that we've got here, because I want everybody to know that we are finally out of the tennis doldrums here on Guam. We're having tournaments, and it's tournaments featuring the youth, and then before too much longer, we're going to start seeing some imported talent coming to Guam. Tell me what overall is happening like right now, and I'm sorry, overall picture, and then we'll talk about what's going on now with the youth, and then what's going to be happening with older world-class players coming to Guam down the road.
Yeah, right now today we have we're going to have 26 matches for the 18 and under World Tennis Tour for the juniors, and we've got 3 or 4 boys ranked in the top 500 in the world.
Wow, that'll
be competing today, and we have 12 kids from Guam that'll be in the draw. 6 boys and 6 girls. So that's pretty exciting that we're able to have our kids play against this level of competition.
Because back in the olden days, when we were having people that played in this level of competition, the local players, all they got to do was be ball boys and ball girls. But now they can actually be part of the competition.
Yeah, and they're going to compete. We have some players that will actually, maybe have a chance to make some ranking points. And
well, I was going to say, so that's part of the deal here with the federation, is the games that are played on Guam will have point accrual for the people that are participating.
Yep. Every match you win, you get points toward your world ranking. So if any of our guys or gals win a match, either singles or doubles, then they will. They'll get a world ranking, which, of course, that's prestigious, and but it also can help them with their college applications and maybe college scholarships, things like this.
There's a lot of check marks when you get somebody that's got some kind of athletic prowess and a little bit of international recognition coming from Guam. People, coaches in the States are always looking for the next very talented brown boy or girl that comes out, especially if they've got a couple of points under their belt. So that, you're right, is absolutely a feather in their cap. If you got kids that are interested in tennis, by all means, bring them down. When do the games take place?
We got 6 courts going at 9 o'clock this morning, and we'll be going all day long. Probably, the last match is not before 2, but you know how tennis is. It can be it can be 45 minutes or it can be 3 hours. So we've got 26 matches on today and 26 matches tomorrow. We're going to get through the first rounds of the singles and doubles today and tomorrow. And then we'll finish this week on Saturday, and then we start again second week of the juniors. On Sunday we start the qualifying, and then do it again next week. And then the third and fourth weeks we have we have professional players coming in, and they will be. We should have the list out by now, but we haven't seen it yet, the acceptance list. But we expect highly ranked players to be in for the pro circuit events, which will be starting May 30th through June 12th. So we got 4 weeks in a row, like the voice of the Federation says, Ray Gibson. It'll be every day.
So if I wanted to go watch, could I just show up, or is the admission taken care of? I don't have to pay anybody?
Yeah, come on down and watch. It's at the new tennis center in Harmon, right next to the gym, right close to the GFA, the Guam football. And we're really excited to be able to have an international tournament finally on our third year of being open.
It feels like just a year because we had 2 years of COVID, so it's hard to get a whole lot of use out of things when everybody was telling you stay inside and don't go outside because you're going to get sick or you have to wear a mask everywhere. I'm glad we don't necessarily have to worry about that, and I'm glad that you have gotten to a point now where it's built and can host international competition, which is going to be coming into Guam, as you say, at the end of the month, beginning of June. I'm not going to probe you for the names here just yet. I'll wait until the acceptance list is out there, but I'm sure that there's going to be names of some up-and-comers, folks that we will recognize from around the international tennis circuit that are going to be trying to amass some points here on Guam so that they can advance in their careers.
I do know of one player who texted me, or he emailed me. He's coming, Tatsuma Ito. He was number 60 in the world a couple of years ago, and he was the Guam Futures first champion when we first did our pro event.
I think Mason has one of his tennis rackets.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he came the first year, and he won the event, and he went on to play in all the Grand Slams and get into the top 100 in the world. And he said he's coming back. So this level event is a little higher than what we've done in the past, but so we should and having 2 in a row makes it a little bit more attractive for the guys to come and know that they have 2 events to play. If they lose, they got another one next week.
7:55 in the morning. Torgan Smith from Morocco is sitting in the parking lot waiting to go inside and sell some more heavy equipment and generators. But before we do that, just want to make sure that we've covered all the bases here this morning. All of this happening for the Federation, which is a good thing, and a lot of power on your own to get things done. But nothing this big gets done without a lot of help from outside, including sponsors. And who are those guys?
Yeah, well, Kings, Dave Alcorn, came through for us again as usual. He's always been real generous with helping us, and so it's the Kings Guam World Tennis Tour, and so he's the title sponsor. And GBB came up with some money to help us, as always. We're one of the signature events, and we were able to get them to help us with some sponsorship. GTA is helping us with some commercials and things, and some broadband and cell phones and things. And then we've got a lot of sponsors. You mentioned Dimension Systems and New Gen and American Medical Center. We have to have a a doctor here on site all the time.
Oh, really?
It's a requirement. Yeah. So we have to have a physio here in case somebody gets hurt or needs some treatment, and so it's a big demand for the for the tournament to.
Well, if Torgen, if the weather doesn't change anytime soon, these guys are going to be playing in typical Guam conditions. That is muggy and unbelievably hot. The weather forecast for the last 2 weeks has been mostly sunny skies, and we've seen temperatures up in the mid 90s in the afternoon.
Yeah, and you know what? Cramps and heat stroke and those things don't count. That's not considered an injury. Tough luck.
Yeah, that's too bad for you. We gave you water. You should have drank it. Always fun talking with you.
So if they get a cramp and they say they sprained their ankle, can you massage my calf?
Sure. Here's your Ben Gay kid. I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Tor. You have a fantastic rest of the day. And when you get that list of international guys, by all means, call in.
Right on. Thanks, man.
No problem. No problem. It's 7:56 in the morning. We were boys together, me and Torgen.
Yeah.
Yeah. When
Shorts.
Oh, when he was, yeah. Oh, yeah. He even had like a little Bjorn Borg hair thing going on. It was crazy. 7:57 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888. is the telephone number around here. Lots of stuff to get to. Do I have the picture of the racist gesture here? Yes, I do. Now, some of you snowflakes might be taken aback by looking at this racist gesture, or at least what is some have referred to as a racist gesture. And it's interesting because I thought this guy had 5 hands. Every time I've ever shook him, I could have swore he had 5 fingers on that hand, but apparently he's only got the 3. But that some people claim is a racist gesture, meaning white power. The 3 fingers up would be the W. And the P makes if you look at it in reverse, is P for power. Now, this was a joke put together by people online because they wanted to see just how twitchy people have gotten. And sure enough, all the stupid, snowflakey, twitchy people bought into it now and will refer to that as a racist gesture, even though nothing could be further from the truth. But that's where we are in 2022, isn't it? That's where we are, where every little thing is going to upset somebody and damage the fragile and delicate nature of some of the kids that we are raising. That's why I think it should be mandatory. Watching Frank the Crank's video on Instagram and Facebook, that should be mandatory for every little kid on Guam, because there's some great lessons in there, up to and including give it all you got, and don't be afraid to lose. Don't be afraid to use what I always say is courage is always rewarded, and you might get struck down. There might be a thing where you know what, you're going to get hurt on this. Your hair's going to get messed. But at the end of it, you'll be able to say, "Hey, look, I tried. What did you do? What did you do?" That was so out there. Every single kid on Guam needs to be able to learn from that experience, and we need to also teach our children that sticks and stones can break my bones, but words and gestures will never hurt me. Closing in on 8 o'clock. Fox News Live coming up on the other side of that. What are we going to talk about for the rest of the day? I don't know. It's been a while since I've even taken a look at the table of contents here. We've got a couple of stories that are interesting. The Department of Education teachers all excited about getting 20%. Woo-woo! Then they heard that the principal is going to get 15%. And it's 10%
Everything went
for
up
the
in price.
Lieutenant principals. And now they're coming to reading the Post this morning going, wait a second, we got 20, but the principal is going to get 15 and another 20, and the administrator, the other guy is going to get, the do-nothing guy is going to get 10, and on top of the 20%. Not feeling so mad this morning, aren't you? Now you're starting to feel like those 12-month employees that have already been complaining because they have not been included in the current study that is going on. Just another example of election year here on Guam. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up, where KUSG Agutnia 93.3 is The Point.
There's flaws in the system. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. That's what the sheriff of Erie County, New York is saying is the background of the suspect accused of killing 10 people at a Buffalo grocery store shows he shouldn't have been allowed to buy a gun.
Sheriff John Garcia said during a segment on America Reports on Fox, the teen in custody, Peyton Gendron, was flagged for threatening to shoot up his high school in New York State, but he apparently wasn't added to a list, keeping him from getting a weapon.
The gun dealer lawfully sold the firearm to this gentleman, and he slipped through the cracks, and I could understand the anger from family members.
Sheriff Garcia says Gendron is in an Erie County holding cell on suicide watch. He has another court appearance scheduled for Thursday. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
President Biden and the First Lady are traveling to Buffalo tomorrow to show solidarity with the community after the attack. Most of the victims were black. The suspect has called himself a white supremacist. Authorities in California reveal a possible motive for yesterday's attack at a church.
Based on information we've collected, and I'm not going to go into the details of that evidence, was a politically motivated hate incident, a grievance that this individual had between himself and the Taiwanese community at large.
Orange County Sheriff Don Barnes, who says the suspect, 68-year-old David Cho of Las Vegas, killed Dr. Don Chang, who he says charged at him and attempted to disarm the suspect. A pastor hit the suspect in the head with a chair while others hogtied him. The congregants were not able to escape because the doors were chained shut. Abbott says it's reached an agreement with federal regulators to restart production at its largest domestic factory, though it'll be well over a month before any new products hit store shelves to help ease the baby formula shortage. America's listening to Fox News.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Violence involving teen mobs prompts a curfew in the city of Chicago.
Teen mobs continue wreaking havoc in Chicago. The latest, a 17-year-old is charged with shooting and killing a 16-year-old boy Saturday as a large crowd of teens swarmed Chicago's Millennium Park, prompting an intense reaction from residents like these.
I want to know where the hell the parents are. Where are they? It was girls stopping traffic here, right here, 9-year-olds twerking in the street.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot now imposing a 6 p.m. curfew for minors at Millennium Park, though a move that the ACLU is already blasting, is saying strict enforcement of curfew will only further strain relations between Chicago police and young people of color. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Health officials in New York City issuing an advisory for people to wear masks in all indoor public settings as the city approaches high-risk COVID alert status. The world's biggest retailer is looking to recruit college grads.
Walmart wants to attract college graduates to its workforce through a program that fast-tracks them to store manager positions. Its new College to Career program is designed for recent grads and current students who are within 12 months of graduating to become store managers within 2 years. Around 600 recent college grads and more than 300 current college students have signed up for the program, which kicks off this summer. At the end of the program, high performers will be offered a newly created management position of emerging coach, which comes with a salary of $65,000 in preparation for a move into store management roles within 2 years. Last year, the average salary for store managers at Walmart was $210,000.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. At the box office this weekend, Doctor Strange is in the multiverse of madness stayed on top during its second week in theaters, earning an additional $61 million. The Bad Guys with $6.9 million, and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 rounded out the top 3 with $4.6 million. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Hoffaday, my name is John Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program as Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program as Salapi.
The application deadline for Program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
We're already Pica's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing The Point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. The governor's office isn't commenting on the allegations of discrimination and other complaints filed against Homeland Security Advisor Sam Brennan. In the Guam Daily Post, the governor's office says it can't comment on matters raised in the ongoing dispute, which is before the Civil Service Commission. It was yesterday that the Post reported that Brennan terminated Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense Planner Leo Espia. In that, he was terminated, but the CSC director, or the Office of Civil Defense Director, did say that Sam Brennan didn't have the authority to terminate the employees. The Post did ask the governor's office for comment. However, they said that they would not comment on a current case before the CSC. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
While teachers and other Guam Department of Education employees are set to receive a 20% pay increase later this month, principals and assistant principals will also be getting a raise, and it will likely include additional benefits. The 2-tier raises were confirmed by Ed Byrne, director of the Department of Administration, which recently completed an educator pay study and submitted recommended changes to the government's specific pay plan for instructors, mentors, counselors, and administrators. The governor last week said that the raises would go into effect on May 23rd. Base salaries under the educator pay plan will increase by 20%. Additionally, a flat work pay differential of 15% and 10% will be granted to school principals and assistant principals, respectively. DOA, when recommending the across-the-board raise for all under the plan, said that the increases would address the recruitment difficulty for new teachers and add incentive to those whose salaries are slightly ahead of the market. The differential pay for principals and assistant principals should be added on top of this, according to DOA, in order to retain school administrators and persuade teachers to become school administrators and feel difficult to recruit administrative positions. Now, the raises are expected to cost DOE up to $30 million, and because the funds weren't included in the DOE budget, 2 senators have since introduced a bill, that's Bill 305, to pay for the raises next year. Senator Talina Nelson, who chairs the Legislative Committee on Education, and Senator Joe San Augustine, the Appropriations Chair, they've proposed to use $30 million in general fund revenue in fiscal year 2023 to fund the increased pay schedule for school teachers and school administrators that fall within this educator pay plan. And Guam police and military officials are asking for the public's help in finding a missing woman. Although her name and picture haven't been released, she is described as being 23 years old, standing 6'1" and weighing about 220 pounds. She's also of Caucasian descent and has a light complexion. Authorities say that she may have visited the Oka Point lookout where her car was discovered. The Post report said authorities were seen searching a car at the lookout's entrance and surrounding areas last night. Military investigators were also at the scene, but it's not clear what her affiliation is with the military. We did also receive some unconfirmed reports that she may have been found. However, we have not received any word from the authorities this morning. A 37-year-old man, meanwhile, was arrested by GPD after allegedly sexually assaulting a 30-year-old girl while she was sleeping. Junior Sycap was charged with second-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony. His alleged victim told police that she awoke to Sycap sexually assaulting her. She screamed to wake her mother, forcing the man to immediately go onto the floor and pretend he was sleeping. The child's mother asked Sycap what he was doing on the floor, where he told the mother that he was looking for cigarettes. Witnesses also told police that Sycap drinks alcohol quite often, and he is drunk most of the time. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
That's a nice thing to say. What's your son do? Drinks a lot of alcohol. What's he known for in the village? Drunk.
All the time.
Just all the time. All the time. Drunk. 8:11 in the morning. Did you eat? We're supposed to do weather. Is that the thing? I got to do that. All right. Fine. I'll get the weather. I was distracted. There were a number of things in the newscast that got me thinking and now wanting to comment. All of a sudden, I can't remember what they are. I should write things down. Don't you suppose? I got isolated showers somewhere in the forecast here this morning. It's mostly sunny skies. Highs near 88 degrees and east winds up to about 8 to 13 miles an hour. My definition of isolated showers is when you're like sitting outside, is a crazy hot day, or you're doing work, and then all of a sudden it starts to sprinkle and you're going, oh, thank God it's going to rain. And just as the words, oh, thank God it's going to rain, comes out of your mouth, it clears up and it goes back to being hot. But now with an additional note of mugginess. Isn't that just great? Yeah. So tonight, partly cloudy in the forecast. Overnight low 76 degrees and winds out of the east up to about 9 miles an hour. If you're thinking about doing something tomorrow, it's going to be the same kind of hot, sunny. Highs near 88 degrees with a heat index that will feel like 96 degrees. Sunset tonight, sunset tomorrow, about 6:40. You want to wake up early and catch a sunrise? Those have been looking pretty good as well. 5:54 for the actual breaking of the plane, but you will note that we are in the gray line starting at about 5:30 in the morning, so check that out. 8:12 in the morning, there's news and weather together on The Point.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Hey, it's me. I'm calling because I heard this ad on the radio about free training at Guam Community College for people interested in providing childcare. I heard registration, tuition, and all the fees are covered. And when you're done, they pay you for on-the-job training at a daycare. Anyway, it totally made me think of you. So check out Gita online at investguam.com for what you need to apply, and then call me back. This ad is paid for with federal funds administered by DPHSS.
Thank you for the federal funds. 8:13 in the morning, the Ray Gibson Show is brought to you by American President Lines, APL, a global presence with a local home. And did I not already tell you that you're going to get stuck in traffic? Starting day after tomorrow from Naval Base Guam, clear up to middle of East Agana is what they're talking about. What are they doing? I don't know. Maybe that's something to do with those big black worms that we've got on the side of the roads. It looked like they're getting staged.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's kind of cool.
Weird stuff, man.
What's really cool is they're crossing so many intersections, right? And so they've got these pipes that come up, and I'm assuming that they hit. And then they flatten out so that the cars can go over it, and then they go right back out to the other side until they get to the other intersection. I didn't know that kind of technology existed, but apparently it does, and they're using it. But it's going to still get you stuck in traffic. So if you got to get stuck in traffic, better be stuck in a Nissan car. Unbelievably comfortable. They got all of the cool electronics and appointments that you need to keep yourself entertained while you're waiting for the 18 yahoos in front of you to get out of the way. Would you please move? I'm sorry. I take these things kind of personally. But anyway, so we've got the great entertainment system, super safe. All of these automobiles are going to get some great prices and great deals from Nissan. But more importantly, great gas mileage. So by all means, visit NissanGuam.com today.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePoint.gu.
Quarter after 8 o'clock in the morning, you found the Ray Gibson Show. Hope you find it interesting. Do me a favor, if you do like the program, tell everybody. Tell everybody. You know, I do it myself, but then I'd get accused of having this magnificent ego. I have one. I just hate the accusation. So hit the like button and follow and share. And if you're watching on the YouTube side, and I don't know what happened to the comments. The gizmo, the little dashboardy thing I have says, you know, there's room for the comments, but I don't see anybody making them on my side. Maybe I'll check out the actual YouTube page and see if there's anything going on.
Wow, slacker,
Well,
James Howard.
He's not complaining, so maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just not able to see whatever it is on the screen. I don't know. You know, Mercury's in retrograde. That's the only thing I know about right now. 888-8255, 888-TALK. It's an interesting article in a newspaper, and as usual, the newspapers are late by about a week. I was talking about this last week, and it's the concept of shrinkflation. Now, I know that there's a lot of places that are hesitant to raise the prices, but I can tell by looking at the Facebook and many of the comments that you can find in places like Guam Foodies that people are beginning to notice that when they order something that they used to order, you know, a $10 entree or something like that, that it's coming with less of pretty much everything. And the concept is called shrinkflation. So I wanted to give you an idea of you know, what is happening in the food industry, let you know what's happening in the restaurant industry so that you understand why they're moving in that kind of direction. Now, I don't know that it is happening over at Pirates Cove. My guess is it isn't because Jeff is able to maintain a pretty interesting shop down there. And as far as I know, didn't have to let anybody go through COVID-19. Good morning, Jeff from Pirates Cove. Thanks for the pictures this morning.
You're welcome, Ray. I enjoy sending them.
You know what? It's such a great place, and one of my favorite places. Every New Year's, I try to be someplace where I can see the first sunrise of the new year. And the last couple of years, it's been over at Pirates Cove, and there's just something about being down at that beach and the cool breeze blowing and watching the sun eventually make its way over a new year. I had high hopes for 2021. As usual, those were dashed, but 2022 seems to be looking good. Are you feeling, before we get into the concept of shrinkflation, are you feeling more Koreans driving down to Pirates Cove and enjoying the burgers and the chicken wings and the cold beer?
Yes, Ray, we're a destination for most Koreans. I mean, that's if they rent a car and go around the island, we've got a very strong following. In fact, 2 years ago, because of the Koreans, we were selling like 4,000 cheeseburgers a month.
Oh, my God, that's amazing. Well, I hope you hit that target again before too much longer. I know I make a contribution to the pile of cheeseburgers that get sold from time to time. Not often enough, I suppose, but it's always a nice place to know where I can go. And I remember having the last free cheeseburger and fries and cold beer before the lockdown on, what was that, March the 20th or something like that?
That was it.
So tell me a little bit about the pressure that restaurants might be feeling these days, supply issues and shortages of this, that, and the other. What is leading to this shrinkflation where the price stays the same, but the amounts that show up on the plates and in the baskets is beginning to shrink?
Well, everybody's faced with the LP gas increase from like $4 to $6 a pound, LP gas pound. And everybody's faced with increases and lack of supply. Right now, I'm working on a new menu. I'm working on trying to deal with what's going on. But, you know, chicken wings is one of our most popular items.
Mm-hmm.
And one chicken wing now costs $1. So when I put out a plate of 20 wings, you know, you're supposed to make double or triple, right? You know, to cover your costs and to be profitable. If I put out a plate of 20 wings, it costs $20. What am I going to charge for that? $40? You know, I don't think people are going to buy it. So $8 a pound is what it is. So it gets quite expensive, you know. So you look at overall things, and right now I don't know what to do because it keeps changing. The prices keep changing. So if I make a change too fast, and then I haven't raised prices in over 2 years because of COVID. So I'm still floating on my federal funds, Ray, just trying to figure this all out.
Well, hopefully that gives you a little bit more time to wait out some of these issues. I don't know that the price of LP gas is going to be going south anytime soon. Wings are going to be a problem because they've got this massive, what is it, the cow sick chicken thing in the States?
The flu.
Bird flu that's floating around the States. They're killing chickens by the millions and culling the herds by the millions as a result of this. And I've also heard that one of the major oil bottling kind of refining places for what you fry the chickens in. Understand that went up in a fire or got hit by an airplane or something like that not that long ago. There are significant pressures on food availability and shortages across the country. So if you've got it here on Guam, it's probably come to you rather expensive. So something has got to give it at some point. And in many cases, there is that hesitancy to raise the prices over what you think your customers can support.
Well, for one thing, you don't want to get too far out there because you're going to not have any business. And I don't believe in reducing the portions. I believe in hoping the volume stays up high enough to keep things rolling. Even locally, fish now. Fish used to buy on the hoof, a whole fish for $3. Now that's going to $4 and $4.50 a pound.
Got it. They need oil. They need gasoline to get the boats out beyond the reef so they can catch the fish.
Yeah, and our government needs to try to help push the fishing industry forward and have real fishing here so everything doesn't have to be imported. Same thing with produce. I mean, we're allowing the ships to run our economy with the cost of fuel for produce and all the other products. I mean, if the government wants to do good things with the money they have, they should be doing food production and fish and things that are helping us later and supply jobs.
They, Jeff, as you know, they can't even get their heads around reducing or eliminating the liquid fuels tax. Even a temporary holiday might be beneficial. Even if you found some place that would give you the right price for some fish, it's still got to get driven down from Boat Basin over to Pirates Cove on the other side of the island, and they're going to hit you with the fuel surcharge, even on the overland shipping.
Well, we all know the government is really not bringing us too far forward, and it hasn't for 40 years. So all these same people running for office are just going to do the same thing. So I don't know. It's a very tough situation for me to think about. That's why I tell you I'm going to write as a run-in so people at least have an alternative for a businessman.
Yeah, well, Jeff, I wish you good luck on that. You know how tough it is to run as a write-in or as an independent.
But You've been there. We need to pressure these guys to actually make the changes. They make all the promises. Well, we're going to fix the roads and we're going to fix the schools, and nothing has happened, Ray.
They haven't fixed anything. The federal government has fixed it. All that work that's getting done on Marine Corps Drive right now is getting paid for by federal dollars because military buildup. They promised they were going to take care of Guam's roads, and now have finally got the manpower to be able to do this. Don't be confused, guys. This is all federal money that is bringing the magic to Marine Corps Drive in a whole bunch of places. How you doing on people? We were talking earlier about folks complaining about the quality of service, not at your place, but at certain other business establishments, restaurants here on Guam. There's a shortage of people that want to work in that industry, aren't there?
Yes, there is, and we've been a victim of it too because you just get so many people here, it's hard to keep up with. But recently, with school getting out and stuff like that, we've been able to hire quite a few people, and we're doing okay. The place is just huge, Ray, and then, it's hard to cover without it having much more employees than anybody else.
Well, you've got good employees, and I think many of them know that you could have let them go. You could have shut down the lights and hung the pirate sign out to drive for a little while, but you kept the place open as much as you could, and you kept as many employees as you could. And if nobody else remembers it, I will.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, we have some great staff here, and they're all happy to be employed, and I'm happy to keep them employed. And as long as the door keeps people coming in, I'm happy. We have a problem with people driving too fast around here, though, Ray. I'll tell you, another accident yesterday in front of Pirates Cove. So, when you guys are driving down south, just slow down or maybe just stop into Pirates Cove and take a break.
Help save lives. That's the thing. Jeff Pleadwell from Pirates Cove. Always appreciate the time that we get on the radio. Hope I get some time to hang out with you at one of these places on my side of town. Gas is $6.04 a gallon. I don't know if I can make it down there that often.
Oh, come on, Ray.
It'll be worth it.
I'm scared of you driving those scooters, though. Those look kind of dangerous.
Well, I'll have we'll ride in gangs. So we're visible.
You can all fall together.
I'll see you. See you pretty soon, Jeff. You have a fantastic rest of the day. Biba Jeff Pleadwell says he's going to run as a write-in, and maybe I'll put the fear of God into some of these politicians that are looking around here, guys. This is real. This is where real life is. You might be sitting around going, we don't have anything to worry about because the governor's going to come to us and we're going to find money to take care of the cop raises, the teacher raises, and raises for the administrators. The governor and Ed Byrne and Les are going to come to us, and they're going to talk to us about funding all of the additional money that we're going to spend for COLA. Yes, the COLA is going to be going out, $2,000 plus an additional 10%, and it's as Bob Klitsky will say, it's the least they can do. It's the least that they can do for Manumku and all of the retirees in the government of Guam. I don't know that there's a whole lot by way of COLA around here. In fact, things work in the reverse in the private sector side where we're not seeing a break on anything. I have yet to see someplace that's coming out and saying we've got the same prices as we did prior to COVID-19. We need to get some real tax holidays around here, and this will be good for everybody. This will be good for private sector employees, government of Guam employees, everybody that is paying less for whatever it is that we got. Of course, this is never going to happen. All of that additional revenue that I believe should have gone back to the taxpayers. We've overpaid the taxes. We overpaid based on low expectations on revenue, and the government of Guam is fat with money. Are they giving that back to the people? Only the people in the government of Guam are getting any of that back, even though they're fat with cash that they got from the federal government as well. And you hear about all of those programs. So I'm wondering, when are the people that are doing a whole lot of work and tax paying here on Guam going to get a little bit more love by way of less in taxes, less in the liquid fuels tax, less in the groceries and the diapers and formula or whatever? I think there ought to be a big break coming to everybody's way, but I don't think anybody in this version of the government of Guam is willing to take that bold step to relieve everybody, because they just love that money. 8:27 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Supply chain salve, as they call it. Is there a cure? McKinsey and Company. I get a thing from them about once every other day that talks about current world events and what can be done. The supply chain, here's the Medicine Reuters saying, diversifying global supply chains may be key in easing vulnerabilities that the COVID-19 pandemic exposed. According to research by the International Monetary Fund, if one big supplier runs short of labor, that can drop an economy's output by nearly 1%. But greater diversification among source countries could cut global GDP losses by roughly half. IMF's model suggests that using more foreign inputs and being able to substitute inputs across suppliers can increase resilience to supply shocks. Dismantling global value chains is not the answer. We see a perfect example of that with these Abbott, the formula that's coming out of Abbott. So what did they shut them down? We had some kids get sick, and they blamed it on the Abbott, and they shut everything down in the one manufacturer that is accountable for a huge percentage of the manufacturing of formula in the United States of America. And you just go, how could they not see that coming? How could they not? It's like the one guy that does the majority of the 80-20 rule, right? 80% of the market comes from just one 20% company. But when it was all said and done, what has happened now in the United States is that has put a real crimp on the availability of parents to be able to get the formula that they need for their kids. And this is a point that's got to get stated somewhere with a whole lot more underlining. This is supposed to be the most powerful, most efficient, best country in the whole wide world.
Sure used to be, right? And
we've gotten to a point where moms can't feed their children, but the government wants to kill them. Isn't that the weird thing? Yeah. You get some people in the government that are hell-bent on killing the kids, so the mothers can't feed them. 8:29 in the morning. Montezuma Tyron's got news and headlines coming up. You know what I didn't get a chance to do while Jeff was on the phone? Two things. One of them was talk to Cousin Troy, who let his phone go dry.
It happens.
Oh, my God. No, it's not supposed to.
Yeah.
This is important news day coming out of...
Free Governor Torres.
Him and me too.
Free Governor Torres.
Computer.
Your battery's dead?
It died, yeah. Well, I plugged it in now, but
Yeah.
it died right when I started the news the last time.
There's, I
Good thing I have it on my phone.
You go to ABC store and you buy a whole bunch of adapters, the old USB to USB, whatever adapter, lightning adapters for your phone, and just have them everywhere, like reading glasses. So whenever you get a chance, refill your phone with some juice so that it can stay on. All right, celebrity birthdays before we get to the 8:30 news.
Nice.
Actually, I'll read the names like I know who they are. Some of you will go, oh, he's my favorite or she's my favorite. And I can't. I'm so out of the loop when it comes to most pop culture these days. Some of these references mean nothing to me. Craig Ferguson from The Late Late Show. And Drew Carey. Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to look for a picture of this guy.
Carey.
Well, I remember Drew Carey. Looks like my friend Steve from over at ITNE.
Oh, yeah.
Hill Harper from CSI New York, and he got game, is 56 years old. Kat Foster from CSI Vegas, not to be confused with CSI New York, is 44 years old. Dancing with the Stars star Derek Hoff is 37 years old. From Twilight, Nikki Reed. Happy 33rd birthday. Anybody?
No.
No, not getting it. All right, here's the name. Unfortunately, the guy's dead, but I'll throw it in here just in case. Bob Saget would have been 66 years old.
Happy birthday, Bob.
Happy heavenly birthday to the guys. What was the TV show? Full House?
Yeah,
Full House.
It was full. And America's Funniest Videos.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So his claim to fame. And some people are saying that he died, I don't know, hit his head, some blood clot or something because he had just taken the vaccine. I've not done a whole lot of research on that. And then there were members of the family say, we're just not telling anybody what happened. It's Pack Rat Day.
Oh, wow.
It's my day.
Yay.
My day. My name is Ray Gibson. I'm Pack Rat. I don't like throwing stuff away. I look at everything. I look at the little cap on my Diet Coke bottle and say, I think I might need that for something down the road. You know, there's always a video that's coming out somewhere on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, where they take a bottle cap and then put a screw in it or something like that, and then you can make it a thing. There's a reduce, reuse, recycle thing that comes out of it. I feel bad when I throw things away at my house, and you're gonna go, gee, I wonder if one of these days we'll take a tour of Ray Gibson's house. You know, it's like Ray Gibson, bachelor, lives alone, just me and the cat, and it is amazing how quickly I've been able to fill that house from floor to ceiling with all of my junk over the last couple of years. Absolutely. Pack Rat Day, and if you are one of hashtag tell the others.
Is
we
that
should
the
find
same
a way
as
to
a hoarder,
celebrate.
Ray?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
Because if it was a
we've
hoarder,
got a problem here.
If it was a hoarder, I'd have camera people following me around, going, no, I can't throw that away.
Show out of it.
I can't throw that away. I can use that. I can use that. I got a thing. I might be able to turn that into. You know, I need a thing that will help my screen, my sliding glass door close. Okay. That's what I need. So I'm trying to figure out how to MacGyver that over at my place. It's Mushroom Hunting Day.
What?
Hunting, we will go. I don't know which mushrooms they're
Why do
talking
you
about.
have to hunt
mushrooms?
them? Don't they just stand still?
They do. They're all by themselves. And it's not like they run away. Good point. But there's like mushrooms that you can cook with, and then there's mushrooms that can kill you, and then there's apparently mushrooms that can make you high.
Yes.
And I'm here to announce to the world that you won't believe me, but I got to be 60 years old. Don't ask me how I got to be 60 years old without trying mushrooms.
Well, now is not the time.
No.
No.
It is the time.
What? Not while I'm on the air. Is that what you're saying? What? Now's a good time. You have been
You've gone this far without it.
last 45 years making a reputation for myself. It's time to sully it. It's time for sullyance of the reputation. It's Dinosaur Day. Speaking of being in the business for 40 some odd years, happy Dinosaur Day to everybody. Now I don't know if that's Dinosaur Day T-Rex, you know, and all of the different ones that kids like to play around with, or literally is it about guys that have been in the game?
Yeah.
A little too long without some kind of evolution, without some kind of a tectonic occasional change on a major basis just to stay with the times. Now, I'm thinking, oh, my God, it's an election year. It's an election year. And you know how we are with Balak Bayan, and there's a name I recognize. I'm wondering, in the slate of folks that have picked up their candidate packets for whatever, I wonder how many among those we would consider a dinosaur. Like, yeah, that might have worked back in the olden days. But it's 2022. We're post-COVID. maybe those dinosaur ideas just don't work anymore. You know, there's a handful over at the legislature I think that might apply to, but I'm being nice today, sort of. It's 8:35 in the morning, and Monticello Tyron's got that last big look at news and headlines. Did we already play the commercials?
No.
We should probably play them now.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Mornings on Star 101 are getting blended. Holiday, I'm Kyle Mandapat, and I'm making my return to radio on Star 101. I hope you're ready to go, because I'm ready to go. The Morning Blender with me, Kyle Mandapat, every weekday starting May 23rd from 6 to 9 a.m. only on Star 101.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
And for a limited time, KFC's delicious egg tarts are back. Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy Chicken meal and an order of egg tarts at your favorite KFC today. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
I need money. I need enough to buy a couple of tickets for the jackpot. Have you seen what that is?
Yeah.
Did you see the jackpot on Thursday is worth $50 million?
For the bingo. No?
Yeah, whatever whatever the thing is, and when you buy over at Payless.
Yeah, the Guam National Olympic Committee bingo game.
Yeah, I don't think it's GNOC anymore.
It's not anymore?
No, somebody else got that. But I mean, it's still there. You can still play is the point, and the jackpot on Thursday is $50 million. I don't know that I've seen it that high. I'm sure it's been high, that high and higher before. I just wasn't really paying attention, but it got my attention today because last week it was at $50 million. I want to say, I'll look it up. Or I won't. I'm lazy.
That's a lot of money, man.
It's plenty of money. That would solve a lot of problems. Like I want to buy the most expensive elastomeric white roof paint that I can get.
Yeah.
But that's
you might be able to get 2.
Spare no expense.
Oh, with $50 million, I get 2. Yeah, I wouldn't have to skimp. I would,
No.
where
You get the
go,
good stuff.
you get the good stuff. But you go, wait a second. Okay, the overhang of the house is over here, so I don't have to paint that.
Yeah, you could do that too.
Yeah, you just the overhang and
so
paint the
rich.
sides. Yes. My family and friends would be bugging me for loans. I'd give it to them too, little tiny amounts, high interest. 8:37 in the morning. Monticello Tyron's got big news and headlines now. Give me $50 million worth. Go ahead. What's happening?
Okay, well, the Guam Police Department has confirmed that the woman who was reported missing by military officials has been found, but her condition hasn't been said. The woman was believed to have gone missing, and a search was launched yesterday. Officials didn't release any details in the investigation. They did confirm in the PDN that she was found, though. The governor's office hasn't commented, nor has the Homeland Security Advisor Sam Brennan, on allegations that have been lodged this week against Brennan following her termination of an employee there. Civil Defense Administrator Chuck Estevez said that it wasn't within Brennan's authority to terminate an employee. Other allegations also surfaced regarding her management. The complaint filed with the Civil Service Commission. And the trial of the CNMI Governor, Ralph Torres, is just about wrapped up, with the governor now waiting for the Senate's vote on whether to acquit him or convict him. It was just 2 days of hearings on the 6 articles of impeachment against him. The defense in the case essentially going unchallenged without a prosecutor to cross-examine or rebut any of the testimony. The CNMI Representative Tina Sablan calls the process a travesty of justice. Anyway, the vote on the articles of impeachment accusing Torres of felony, neglect of duty, and corruption all set to wrap up at 1:30 tomorrow. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I wish Tina Sablan was here in the studio to say it was a travesty of justice. Don't you? Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
All the way up in Saipan. We won't get a chance to hang out as much as we'd like to. Anyway, so for details on that, our point for for that. Our point of contact on all things of CNMI is Cousin Troy and the team over at Candid. And I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to remind viewers of this program and that on Candid that tomorrow they are going to have Felix Camacho and Tony Ada. That's former Governor Felix Camacho and Senator Tony Ada in the studio to do their candid interview, and maybe this time they will have more skin on the meat on the bone of their public policy. What is it that we can expect from these guys? What is the difference between what they want to do for 4 years versus what the current administration wants to do for 4 years? Now I don't know where they got the questions all lined up. You might want to check them out a little bit later on. Like I said, tomorrow at 9, and see what they've got to say about their potential as in the administration, and how much more work they think they need to do. Cousin Troy and I were talking about this time yesterday. Is you take a look, and for sure, Lou and Josh are on the campaign trail, bro. We got money going out for the Lola Colas. We got money going out to the teachers and the administrators and the vice administrators of the schools. Cops are getting raises. Man, I love election year.
I love it too, man.
Isn't it just great?
Special.
When are we getting our raises? Is the government giving us raises?
Year, man.
Yeah. So it's obvious that
Mana's getting a raise.
It's obvious that they're doing it, but I don't know. It's not so obvious to me, because I'm not seeing as much out of Felix and Tony as I would like to see. Of course, they're running alone in the Republican primary, so they don't really need to do anything other than have fundraisers, baby. Know what I mean? Some good old-fashioned Republican fundraisers, $5,000 a head. I never pay. I just say I'm in the media. I'm in the media. Which way is the bar? Which way is that a buffet? Can I just roll in
press
there?
pass?
As we say, party Democrat, vote Republican, and then you've got the Democrat side. And I'd honestly like to see more from Mike St. Nicholas and Bree. Well, they're out there doing a little bit more by way of campaigning. As it is, as I said, it's very obvious that Lou and Josh are on the campaign trail, have been, hit it earlier, and they've got signs up in virtually all of the really, really good intersections. And they're not small signs. They're small in the village, but at the major intersections, these are big monster football field-sized signs. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a few in the trail, too, Ray. Up there in Leo Palace.
Did the sign say paid for by... Never mind. It's 8:42. Thank you for the federal funds. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. I'll be right back after these.
Here at Nimitz Towers, we're a large-scale rental complex. We have over 20 employees. And when the pandemic hit, our concerns were people not being able to work, loss of revenue and income. And luckily, due to PPP, we were able to keep all our employees employed, working. We were able to provide services, maintenance, and cleanliness for the building and the operation. Also, the rental assistance program helped us stay solvent during the pandemic and helped us keep the attendance in place.
We're thankful for Congressman St. Nicholas advocating for these funds on our behalf in Washington, D.C.
If you have any concerns about any federal issues, feel free to contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Studio time, 8:43. Front page of today's Pacific Daily News. We can afford this.
I love that, man.
Right? We can afford this. Talking about a measure that would raise the COLA benefits to $2,200 by November. Now, it's not like these guys aren't getting any money. This is extra. This is the annual gift, right? COLA, cost of living allowance. And arguably, there has never been a time where we've seen the cost of living rise as dramatically as we have in the last 2 years because of our mismanagement. When I say our, I mean everybody collectively mismanaged COVID-19. The fact that we shut down entire economies, told people that should have been in the process of manufacturing things to stay home for as long as we did, and then the uncertainty that came from it. Yeah, of course, the economy's gone to hell. And we said so in real time. That was what was going to happen. But I love this line, though. We can afford this. And the reason why it says we can afford this is it's not their money. It's not their money. When a politician at the legislature or somebody in the government of Guam says we can afford this, they're not talking about their personal budgets. They're not talking about their ability to fill up the gas tank in their car.
Whose money, Ray?
It's the taxpayers' money. It is the taxpayers' money. Did they ask us about this? No, we can afford this. It's okay. Well, look at these numbers. We can afford this. An election year. My God, the Manupco, the right horrors. And they just made a big deal yesterday about the retirees, right? Did they not just have a little dog and pony at the governor's office? Oh, yeah. We can afford this. Biba the Manupco. So I'm glad they believe they can afford it, and I'm kind of looking forward to seeing them write all the checks that they need to cover the additional 10% worth of the new COLA. What's that going to end up being? Another couple of $1 million or something like that? I don't know. It's all written down in the article. It's just the audacity of it, where they're talking about it like it has no impact on anybody else. And you know what's going to happen is there's going to be this COLA that's going to be coming out. And the increase in cost of living allowance increase that's going to come from this, and what that's going to do is, if you ask me, it's going to cement the prices stuck at high. You say, well, we charge in the business world, we charge what we believe the customer can support. When the customer's got this extra money to support these new higher prices that we got, I guess we can leave them up at this higher price for a while. Let's see what when the pressure really comes to move it down. Maybe after all of that dough is all spent. But the line that we can afford this. I don't know if they're asking a whole lot of regular people, and I see regular people all the time. I'm a regular guy. You know what? I'm not here talking on the radio. I'm out there hanging out on the beach and running around with folks for whom the idea of filling up the tank of gasoline in their car is a foreign concept. How much I need to put gas in the car, and they're not going, well, just fill it up. What's that? $100? I put $75 in the truck.
What's that? $100? You're pretty close, though.
I know, because I put $75 worth of gas in the car this morning. And I was already on the angry glowing fuel pump thing.
The under E?
Oh,
were you under E?
Not if I look at it this way. You ever do that you tilt your head? See, it's that much. I've got that much before it's truly E. And it was $75. And there was a time, $75, and fill up the car. It'd be leftovers. It'd be spilling over the side. But $75 gets me now in the truck. I think I'm pushing. That's a 3/4 tank. $75 is 3/4 tank. And you might be going, come on, Ray. I know you're doing good. You work at the radio station. I was bragging about being a managing partner. What? You couldn't afford to fill it all the way up? That's not the point. The point is I got budget. I got a budget. I have $150 a month that I can devote for all of my automotive. I'm trying to get my financial life together. 60 years old now. So I'm looking at the thing going, okay, I got this, I got that, I got that. So if I needed to, and I do, I need right now 2 new tires for the car. Oh,
you're not the kind of guy that buys all brand new 4 tires at one time.
Couldn't afford it at one time. Couldn't afford it at one time. And this is even senior citizen discount, bro. That feels like a car payment onto itself when you got to replace all 4 tires at once. So no, I had them change. I had them change 2 of the ugliest tires. And so I've got 2 other tires that weren't as ugly, and I got 2 new ones. I got American brand, I got Chinese brand. That's it. I got half-breed car.
I love it.
Half-breed tires on the car. $849. But like I said, and then for these guys to come out and say we can afford it. Of course you can afford it. It's not your money. Everybody else is sitting around having a hard time. And can you do a better job on some of the village streets here? Never mind the main roads. I'm glad that they're doing the work on the main roads, but we need work in the village streets. Otherwise, those two newish tires that I have on my truck, they're going to start going to hell pretty quick as well. 8:49 in the morning. I see soon-to-be Senator Harvey Agnew on one, but Mark Mendiola is on two from the Ed Board. Buenos and half a day, Ed Board. How you doing there, bro?
Half a day, Ray. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. So congratulations to the administrators. Apparently going to be getting two raises. The 20% that they're getting along with the teachers, plus a little bit of a kiss on the for being administrators. Is that what you're hearing?
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, so as they're starting to unroll all of this stuff, of course, our board, we have a meeting coming up, and we're just going to find out where this money is going to come from. So obviously, it's a lot of money, and of course we want to make sure we take care of our employees. But there's a lot of things coming down the pipeline. We're about to go into summer, a couple of promotions, graduations, and so folks, we're gonna, as much as possible, next school year go full on.
Well, I'm kind of curious because, you take a look at where the need is in the Department of Education. It seems to me that the greatest need has always been with getting classroom teachers, people that actually are in the classrooms with the students doing the teaching. And now you're starting looking at administrators. I'm not saying that they ought to work for nothing, but I don't know that was the priority behind all of this. I mean, I'm not hearing that we're losing a whole lot of administrators to Dodea or off-island schools.
Yeah, actually, vice principals is what we're kind of administrators. But it falls into the educator pay category. So I think when the law was crafted, educator pay included the principals, counselors, I believe. There's certain categories within the Department of Education. So when they said educator pay increase, that's the administrators.
Wow. Okay. Well, as you said, now the trick is to try to find the money to cover those. There's nothing in this year's budget, and now that you guys have already gone into the legislature to present next year's budget, that also was not included in the paperwork.
So there's new legislation. I think two senators now are trying to proffer legislation to make us whole and give us $30 million for these pay raises.
A second. No. They get that from the governor.
Yeah.
No. You guys have got 50 years of deferred maintenance. I need a new Simon Sanchez High School. Right. Somebody's got to go down there and turn Southern High School around. I mean, that has got to be the greatest sin of all time, was all of the money that we spent on that and our inability to maintain it. And if there's extra money floating around, you guys want to give the teachers a pay raise and administrators a pay raise because it's election year. Use your money for that. We're the Department of Education. We need to take care of the facilities and what actually happens in the classroom.
Yeah, Ray, that's that was been always our position. But with this federal dollars that came in, we set aside about over $100 million to, a lot of these deferred maintenance costs. But the more and more we chip that.
But then the legislature shorted you on your appropriation.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to make the point. Right now when the federal dollars start to run out, what kind of skin in the game does our local appropriations going to have, right? So instead of, we gotta, we got all these, we have these plans in the pipeline ready to execute. We're procuring as quickly as possible. We're competing with the same stuff a lot of jurisdictions in the mainland are competing with. So obviously there's just a lot of things that we're dealing with, and, with the resources that we have, and this thing actually, Ray, when they came up with the law, I think it gave us an opportunity to kind of just get together, and then I think I was even proposing that we incrementally do it, but it's the powers that be said that they have the resources and they'll find the money. So,
it came from overpayments by the taxpayers.
Yeah.
That's what Les said. We talked to Les the other day, and he said you guys shouldn't be surprised that we got $68 million in additional revenue sitting in the government of Guam. Rather than giving that back to all of the taxpayers, they're gonna go ahead and spend it on the pay raises.
Yeah, so I mean that's the decision beyond the board. We're advocating for our students, our kids, for our employees. But I don't know the other side of the government finance, but obviously there are resources, and I hope they earmark it for many years to come, and they give it to the Department of Education.
No, I don't think so. I'm sorry. You're familiar with how the game is going to get played. Great. We're going to set these people up. These are going to be new. This is the new income level for teachers, and they're not stratifying it. They're not doing like they've done in the Hay study, where they've got teacher 1, teacher 2, teacher 3. It's like everybody across the board is getting this flat raise, right?
Yeah, so the 20%, and then, of course, when the dust settled with the initial shock, right? It's like, okay, now administrators now are going to get these amount of additional pay on top of that. So that's why it's crazy.
Well, I mean, if it's the law, it's the law. And unless somebody's going to come out and challenge it, I might not be thrilled about it because for me, it's the in the world of DOE, it's all about the classroom teacher and the students. So if it's not going directly there, or somebody now chiming in saying just fix toilets, that would be a good thing in the Department of Education. Mark Mendiola from the Ed Board. Mark, you pick up your packet yet over at the Election Commission?
No, brother. I'm about to go see my son's promotion today.
Oh,
I got a 5th grader going into the 6th grade, and yeah, man, I'm just, every time I go back to the schools, they're like, hey, you want to PTO?
No, I didn't. I did my time on the board. Forget about that. Hey, congratulations. Always good to have a kid in middle school because that means they can drive.
Soon enough.
Sorry, old school mentality. If they got a kid of a certain age, if his feet can reach the pedals, then by all means let him go ahead and drive the car. Let me just go to the store and get Daddy some cigarette and beer.
Scooters first.
Scooters, e-scooters, bro. We got to do that. Let's all go to Ananich's place and check out the scooters they've got down there. All right, Mutkus, I'll talk to you pretty soon. You take care.
I do.
And congratulations on the boys' commencement. That was a big deal. Remember leaving 6th grade and then getting into 7th grade? Was that kind of a thing for you?
Yeah.
I was at 6th grade nice. at Cathedral Grade School. I'm not going to say I was one of the last of the kind, but I suppose yeah. And the natural progression was for me to go to from Cathedral. It would have been Bishop Baumgartner.
Oh, yeah, but you went to St. Anthony.
I went to St. Anthony's, yeah.
I did the same thing, man.
Yeah,
I was following you around.
My mom said, everybody you went to school with the cathedral has already kicked your butt. It's time to find some new kids to kick your butt.
Back then, I heard the bishop was pretty rough, man.
The chicks were hot, bro.
Oh yeah,
yeah. There was
Oxford shoes.
There was such a radical school because it's Ganyite on you. Such a radical school. They only had a back of the bus. Nobody sat anywhere but the back of the bus. It would just kind of tilt and ride along on the back tires because
yes.
everybody wanted to be that cool 7th grade mafia man over at Bishop Baumgartner. And for all intents and purposes, a lot of the kids that I went to, we just didn't see each other for 2 years, but then showed up at Father Duenas for day one of 9th grade, and that was kind of a great reunion and introducing all of my old cathedral friends to my new friends that I'd gotten from St. Anthony School. I'm a kind of a transactional kind of guy, it's there and in between everything. 8:57 and change. Got to do some shouts. Greg Karabrock hanging out on the program today. So is Bonnie Suba, Mercy Wenzel, Jimenez Hessa, Marjan Conception, and Jeff Colburn is online here this morning. I got Joe Antite. Jeff Colburn's going to be on and very interested in the next segment of the program. We got B guys coming in. It's B Day on Thursday. And the guys are going to be at the food truck thing on Thursday night. We'll give you an idea of what you can look out for and some of the cool things that they're up to here on Guam that could make a difference. Excuse me, in beekeeping around the island and even in the States, maybe. Simon Sanchez, Ponch Nuke is there, Frank Meno, Army Lynn, Marvin Francisco, John Paul, Sinicolas, Ike Isaki, Oliver Malakas, Arlene, Paul McCarroll is watching the show. Great to have James Itokazu online, Luke Angel, Vince Pangilinan, and James Howard is on this side here. He might be on the other side. There's still a lot of people watching on the YouTube side. I just can't see them for some reason. The chatty thing is not on my screen. Chach Uggan, David Dinsman, Matt Galendez, Juanita Machi is there. Chris Barnes. Good morning to Francie Tenorio. I got Patty Uggan in the program. Jose Martinez, Anne Marie Pelobello, who I get to spend time with on Tuesday night because we've got this big women in construction deal coming up at Tower of London.
That's why that name sounded familiar.
There you. We interviewed her.
Say my name, Ray.
Say my name. Say my name. Google me. Jessame Borja. Half a day to Bob and Connie Bartonico. And happy birthday to Robert. Welcome to the Grand Masters. Crap. I can't beat Bob. He's fast. He's always been fast. I got Peter Bloss in front of me and now Bob Bartonico. I gotta try to get fast between now and Saturday. You know what that means? I got to lose like 10 pounds between now and Saturday.
You can do it, Ray.
Whatever, bud. Whatever. Henry Manglotnia is there. Rosemary Ogo. Annette Gar says, good morning to Venue, Guam. Hey, Phil. Bill Fritton is online. Big Sister Shelley hanging out. Gallo Perez. Tattoo Shauna. Gigi Rose. Steve Karamet. KLB Guam. May is there. Anya Sablan Leon Guerrero. And whenever I see that name, I smile. And I think of a certain drawer at the house. Yeah, but Camacho is there. I got Dave Rowley, Joey Toves, and Dale Audette, Naomi Taitano, John S.N. Perez. Tax rebates before November. Yeah, and that's not going to happen. And they've blown it all on pay raises. So, yeah, if there's a rebate, it'll be in the tens of dollars. And Timothy Squire watching the program. Good to have you online. Now to break away now and join Fox News for the news.
It will soon be up and running. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. It may take weeks, but the shortage of baby formula could soon ease.
Formula maker Abbott has reached a deal with the Food and Drug Administration to restart production at a large factory shut down after formula recalls in February. Federal health officials have been investigating safety problems at the Sturgis, Michigan plant. Even with production resuming, Abbott says it could take several weeks to begin shipping new product to stores. The FDA is also easing some restrictions on baby formula imports to help make up for a shortage that has left many shelves empty and parents scrambling to find formula. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Authorities say the gunman in yesterday's attack at a California church was a Chinese immigrant motivated by hate for Taiwanese people. David Cho has been booked on 1 count of murder and 5 counts of attempted murder.
From a national framework, the Taiwanese Presbyterian is not a large congregant location. And this, if you look at proximity to Vegas, this may have just been the closest in proximity based on the target of his hatred.
Orange County Sheriff Don Barnes, who says a church member, John Cheng, was killed when he rushed the suspect and attempted to disarm him. A former neighbor claims that Cho's life unraveled when he was nearly beaten to death several years ago. Law enforcement in Buffalo, New York, say the suspected gunman in Saturday's mass shooting at a supermarket where 10 people were killed showed up in the city in March and taunted police online. Erie County DA John Flynn has a message for any potential copycats.
I will find you, and I will arrest you, and I will prosecute you.
18-year-old Peyton Gendron, an admitted white supremacist, pled not guilty. Most of the victims were black. He's expected back in court on Thursday. America is listening to Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Where others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Oregon is facing a lawsuit over claims defendants haven't had access to public defenders.
Criminal defendants in Oregon are suing the state, claiming the lack of public defenders has violated their constitutional rights to legal counsel and a speedy trial. Dozens of cases have been dismissed as the state deals with a shortage of public defenders. The suit claims about 500 defendants, including some facing serious felonies, have been left without legal representation. Crime victims say the shortage has also impacted them as it takes longer to reach a resolution, weakens evidence, and erodes confidence in the justice system. Rich Dennison, Fox News.
McDonald's says it started the process of selling its Russian business, which includes 850 restaurants and employs 62,000 people. The company pointed to the humanitarian crisis caused by the war in Ukraine, saying holding on to its business in Russia is no longer tenable, nor is it consistent with McDonald's values. It looks like a controversial NFL quarterback is set for a sit-down with the league amid ongoing legal drama.
NFL officials will meet with Deshaun Watson this week as the league continues
their investigation into allegations of sexual assault and misconduct against the Cleveland Browns quarterback. Watson has avoided any indictment on criminal charges from 2 Texas grand juries, but is still facing 22 civil lawsuits by women claiming inappropriate sexual conduct. Watson has denied any wrongdoing. He is set to host his new Browns teammates in the Bahamas this upcoming weekend for some team bonding before organized activities. Watson joined the Browns after a trade over from the Houston Texans back in March, following that up by signing a fully guaranteed $230 million contract. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
New Jersey gaming officials say casinos, horse tracks that offer sports betting, and the online partners of both types of gambling outlets won $422 million from gamblers in April, up 20% from a year earlier. And casinos' core business, money from in-person gamblers, has surpassed levels from April 2019. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Half a day. My name is Joan Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program in Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Happy day, my name is Jennifer Quijano Paredo of Protect Services. So when COVID hit, everything was about COVID, COVID this, COVID that, and somehow even my equipment was catching COVID. But joking aside, my equipment is important in our daily operations. Somehow I was having a difficult time getting through SBA. They were just giving me a runaround. So I reached out to our congressman's office, and with their team and the Guam SBA, they were able to help me in getting our truck repairs as well as another truck to keep our businesses running. And in the future, if you guys have any federal concerns or issues, reach out to your congressman's office.
Thank you for helping save small businesses with federal funds.
Thank you for helping save small businesses.
Thank you for helping small businesses with federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
We ready? Is it time? Portions of the program brought to you by the team over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And at 9 o'clock in the morning, time to start thinking about the graduations. Mark Mendiola talking about his grad commencing, as it were, from 5th grade into 6th grade. And here's what I would suggest that you might want to do here is go and swing by the nearest, I don't know, is it Wendy's? We'll take the kid over to Wendy's and then have something fantastic and a great way to celebrate. And then go to Cold Stone, where they've got graduation-themed ice cream cakes. Or try the tall, dark, and delicious signature ice cream cake. Call, visit, order online at coldstonecreamery.com. From Cold Stone Creamery to the class of 2022, and even the ones that are commencing from the 6th grade, 5th grade to the 6th grade and middle school. Congratulations, you did it.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
So much to do, so little time. My God, we've already blown 3 hours of the program. It's a 4-hour show on the that we do every day here at the radio station. And as usual, I'm crazy to be here. So much in my head, and so much that we try to get out on a regular basis. A lot of items in the table of contents that I've barely touched. But I wanted to spend a little bit of time in the studio and bring in some guests that we've got lined up for you. Thursday this week is B-Day.
Yep, World Bee Day.
World Bee Day. That's the voice of Chris Rosario. Now with the not the Attorney General's office. He's with the Department of Ag, the other AG, Agriculture, and you are now the chief. What is it? Entomologist?
Yeah. Well, so currently sitting in acting capacity.
Yeah.
Again, I would really like to acknowledge the director of Department of Ag for putting me in the front lines to ensure that we are,
Well, Chelsea's a girl. She doesn't like bugs. So, we find a guy and let the guy take care of the bugs. I'll be okay with the pigs and the deer and all this other stuff. We'll let him take care of the bugs. So
most importantly, it's really of course, we want to control what's being imported for invasive species, but now we want to consider the idea of actually exporting. and this is where exporting queen bees would be.
Well, we'll get into that conversation. That is fascinating.
Yeah.
There's more and more. The time I spent a lot of time, mostly hooking up with hot Asians on Instagram. But every once in a while, no, I'm serious. There'll be like a video thing, and there's a woman. I can't remember her name or where she is, out in one of these flyover states, and she's got this massive following. She's a bee rescuer, and so she'll do these 2 or 3 minute reels on social media about this is my latest call, and she'll go into some outhouse or a shed or something out in the States where there's been bees living there for 25 years and pick apart a colony of thousands of bees trying to find the queen, get the queen, put it in a little clear box, stick it in another box, and then watch the migration of these bees from out of this hive that they've been living in forever, following the queen. And she makes it look so darn easy. Like I want to do this now.
Yeah.
And so that's where we've gotten, and we've gotten to a point of I don't want to say we've advanced in the bee game so much just in the last couple of years, because you and Dennis have been coming here for the last couple of years, 3 years, and that was kind of my first introduction to just beekeeping, which was at the time, that's all we're doing right now is keeping bees, and it's grown so much from there. So we've got the bees, we've got a ton of colonies and managed colonies all over the island now, and everybody is making honey. We have literally honey coming out of our ears. If I don't get it from Dennis, Michelle Armenta now is in the game. She's doing it. Paul Packbeer's been doing it for a long time. We got Rose and Rob Greeno. They're big. We're going to see these guys. And Juan Carlos. And the family is growing, and now we're learning what more we can do with these bees.
Exactly. Yep.
It seems like, once we got a handle on being able to just not kill them, we got to a point where we're advancing through all of this. I think the next deal is going to be I will start buying all of my votive candles from people that are making honey, because wax is a derivative. Yep. And now we've got an opportunity, and we'll introduce another fella in the studio, Craig Quintanilla, and Craig Keith, now. Yeah, Keith. Oh, I'm sorry, Keith Quintanilla. Sorry. And now Keith is you're in the game of taking what I believe are our healthy queens here in Guam and getting them to a place where we can export them.
Well, we're not there just yet. I'm still working with Chris. But what we're doing now currently is we're taking larvae, and we're grafting the larvae, and we're making these larvae into queens. So we're actually
you're not. You can't. Only God can do that.
Well, this is nothing new. This has been around for a couple hundred years now, and we're just learning that process here on Guam. We've done it. I've done it. Maybe a couple other people have done it. I've been doing it now for almost a year and a half.
Okay.
And our methods have gotten pretty good. We're getting pretty good results.
Isn't it amazing to hear these guys talk about this thing that they are doing, and a process that's a couple of hundred years old? You think about where we are with time and technology, and you'd think there would be an app for that. But really, it just comes down to being able to manage nature and learning from giants who are standing on other people's shoulders to bring Guam to a place where other people learned how to do this. Can you imagine a couple of hundred years ago, in the first part of the 1800s, there were guys that were raising bees and thought, might be a good idea if we had more than 1 or 2 queens around here. And so you're making queens.
Yep, we're currently making queens.
Well, this is how bees were propagated around the world. Is that single queen bees, from Europe, and from Australia, New Zealand, they were brought in, and then. And these are just like a dozen queens. And then they would obviously raise these queens to a point where they can split the colonies. You have a virgin queen, and then now you're able to inseminate these queens with a different stock, a different breed of bees. remind you, Apis mellifera, which is the European honeybee, has 22 different subspecies worldwide, which means you can think of this as like a pedigree of like the dog, right? Like Rottweiler versus like German Shepherd.
Cockapoo.
Same concept.
Cockapoo is the current favorite.
Yeah. So that's the same concept with bees that we are driving into this industry. So
Is there a good kind of queen to have? Is there, is one that makes, I don't know, bigger hives or better tasting honey? Or
That is exactly right.
No,
Maybe
it
not
can't be.
better
Really?
tasting honey, but more honey production, or the less docile queen. Like, we don't want an aggressive queen. But we don't want an aggressive colony that we work with. So for over
the
hundreds
word
of
you were
years,
looking for is killer bee.
Right.
I've
We
seen
don't want the
movie.
killer
We
bees.
don't want killer
right?
bees.
Yeah, and that is that's another subspecies of the European honeybees. So 22 different subspecies, which is really mind blowing here, because normally you would get just one species, which is European honeybees. But because they've been propagated all around the world, was because that's why there's 22 different subspecies.
So, Joe, do we have a Guam Frankenstein version of a queen that you're working on?
No. Normally, if the queen is not producing, we would simply kill it and move on to a better, a higher quality queen that we're with more suitable traits that we're going after.
Is it? We'll go back to the science, because you used the word graft, and I wasn't sure how. I mean, I know how grafting works in the plant world, where you actually cut something on something and you cut something on another thing, you graft them all together and make a new one. Is this a little bit more of a sexual connection that we're making, or is actually something getting cut in half?
So basically, you would take the frame with the hive, and you would wait for the queen to lay eggs on that frame.
Okay, I've got you on the camera just all by yourself. No, you just look over here, because the camera's over there. So you can put that in front of the camera. So that's the frame that you're talking about.
Yeah. So the queen would lay eggs inside this. On day 4. Which would be the ideal day, you would go in there. It's called a Chinese grafting tool, and you would simply remove that larvae, and you would put it in a queen cell cup. And once you put it in that queen cell cup, there's certain things you got to do. There's a feed. It's called royal jelly. So royal jelly is the only thing that separates a worker bee from a queen bee, the food that it eats. So, that being said, you would take that queen cell cup that you just grafted, and I take my queen cells that I graft, and I stick it back into the hive where they would cap it. 5 or 6 days, actually 5 days later, that queen cell is now capped. Once it's capped, the bee on the inside is actually like a cocoon.
Yep.
And you don't really want to touch it. So I take that on day 5, once it's capped, I take it and I put it into an incubator. Once it's in the incubator, it's in there for about another 7-8 days, and it will emerge. Once it emerges, it's a virgin queen. At that point, I'll take the virgin queen and I'll put her into a mating nucleus, which is basically 4 or 5 of these frames, smaller frames. And I'll move it to a breeding apiary, a breeding yard.
Yeah.
The bee, within 2 days, will fly off. She'll mate if it's successful.
Call it a nuptial flight.
A nuptial flight. Thank you.
And
This is
she'll
so
come
romantic.
back.
Oh, my God.
She'll come back.
Valentine's.
And within 4 or 5 days, you'll simply pull these out, and you'll start looking up throughout the light, and you'll start seeing little eggs inside. So once you start seeing eggs inside, then you know
we've got a productive queen.
Yeah, we have a productive queen.
Yeah.
And now
that's,
when does
that's a simple process.
Does the queen all of a sudden there's got to be some kind of a coronation so that all the other worker bees know that we've got a new queen?
Yeah, that's right. So when you were saying putting it back into a colony, you're actually putting it in a colony that's queenless.
Ah, I see.
Because what happens is that when the queen is in the colony, her pheromones suppress the glands of the workers. So they don't produce anything that would stimulate a new queen in the process.
Right.
But when the queen is absent, then those glands in the workers expand.
Yep.
And that's when they make royal jelly. Royal jelly is essentially honey, bee bread, and steroids that's produced by the workers. That's what's fascinating about this.
Can I eat that?
You could, but it does nothing to us.
Nothing,
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
it just here's something else that tastes like
It's
honey.
bee steroids.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm in love with it with the process, and so we can make it so that we've got more queens here on Guam.
That's
At some
right.
point,
Yep.
though, we want to be able to help mainland bee producers,
That's
bee
right.
farmers, because they are having problems there with
Lots
bee
of problems.
diseases,
Yep.
and one of the things that we found out about the Guam bees is apparently so
no
far
disease.
we don't have any diseases that are
Exactly.
killing hives off here.
That's a huge point right
So
there.
we take our Guam bred, strong, from the South, queen bees, southern
Chamorro
chicks,
bees,
right?
yeah.
Right, southern bees. Don't look at all rocks your car, Roy. And so we take those, and we would be able to introduce them to stateside colonies.
Yeah. Specifically, we want to try for the southern parts of the states because it is ideal climate. So that's our main goal, at least within the next five years. or
So do we have people reaching out to you over at Ag looking to
Actually,
adopt?
we've actually had several people from like Arizona, several beekeepers from Arizona, Hawaii, Florida, that were looking to say, hey, can we buy some bees off of you? Because they look at the.
How do you? Okay, this is a stupid question, but that's what I'm good at.
But it's
Here's-
like that's the first question. It's like, can we buy bees? So like, well. There's a process to this.
Is there a cost? Do they have to pay?
For sure.
Okay, there's
a cost.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
And,
Because it sounds like there's a lot of work. I mean, this is a month-long process that he's talking about. There's he's got like a dive wheel in front of him, and the dive wheel thing, the dive wheel gizmo, is looks like one of those where it's like. There's a circle on the outside and a circle on the inside. This is the date we first met. That we saw everything, and then there's a whole 31-day cycle that you go through. So obviously, this is not like something that's going to happen overnight. We cannot we can't hack nature that way. So
it's not happening.
There's we got to pay for keys. We got to pay for those little plastic things and all of the work that needs to get done.
Permits, import permits.
Wow.
Yeah, all of those and this is where I'm being in Department of Ag. We create those rules and regulations so that we're able to kind of dictate the flow of how we want our bees exported.
Okay, but once you've got somebody lined up, as they saw Hawaii says, okay, we want to get one of these things out here. What do you buy? A first-class ticket aboard United?
It's just simple USPS. You have queen boxes that you ship off. So the queens are being so you mail out the queens with nurses. So there's the nurse bees during the flight from like Guam to like Hawaii.
8 hours.
Which is about 8 hours. A queen bee can live in a cage with a few workers for several days, actually, up to a week. And so because it is the nurse bees that are feeding the queen. Okay, all you need is that queen to be there to make the trip.
So
not necessarily the nurse bees, but
so
the nurse
we
bees.
can USPS do overnight shipping or whatever the equivalent is for Guam.
Like 3 or 4 day shipping.
Have you ever
to
had
Hawaii.
any that arrived dead?
No. Well, I mean, we've never shipped out the queens yet.
Oh.
We never because they need a permit. We need to apply for permits for that kind of stuff. So, but Hawaii does it on a monthly basis.
They're sending bees out.
They're sending bees out to California, to Florida, to Texas. So,
as I said, it's amazing how far we've gone in our conversations from where we're just encouraging people, don't kill the bees, don't hit them with the raid. Call us, we'll come and get the bees, and we'll put them someplace where they're going to be all right. What's that, Joe?
Caller was asking if he can do the Manuka honey.
Somebody's asking about a Manuka honey.
Oh, Manuka honey.
Yes. He's got a smile on his face. Maybe. What is it about?
Manuka honey is. It is really expensive, as you probably may know. But Manuka honey has 3 different properties, and they're antimicrobial, antibacterial properties. One of them is methylglyoxal, and that's being tested at the University of Guam. So we want to see if our honey is comparable, Guam honey is comparable to Manuka honey. Manuka is Manuka flower comes from New Zealand, but it's a tropical flower. So it has some chemical compositions and
biotransference from one to the other.
Transfers, yeah, exactly.
But if we don't have that tree, if we don't have that plant, how are we going to get manuka?
Well, we may have plants that are similar to manuka, and so and this is why the University of Guam is testing for that. Because if we do prove that if we do have methyl glyoxal in our honey, then we can actually market our honey at a much higher price. At least, so to speak.
So no more free honey from Dennis. Well, if that's it. But we've got to get the bees to be working those plants. Yeah, it's not like it's not going to happen automatically.
Right.
So somebody would need to grow those plants, or we'd need to put some bees in proximity to whatever those similar plants are.
Correct.
And then do the harvest.
And which is why the bees that are distributed all over Guam. We have a graduate student under Dr. Ross Miller that's currently looking at the pollen diversity. So looking at what types of pollen that the bees are bringing back. And so we can make some implications. Well, if that plant, maybe is whether it is native or not native, that's hugely important to know that European honeybees right now in Guam are pollinating native plants. That's huge because we've only been.
It's a new thing that would come from.
Yeah. Only 100 years little over 100 years that we had bees on Guam, and now we're seeing them actually pollinate native plants. Mm-hmm. That is a big deal. That is a new ecological association between this.
But there's a gillion plants here on Guam that make pollens.
You're right.
And just the diversity study in itself, this is not overnight.
But this is probably why our bees have been healthy for many years, because we have a polyfloral diet, as opposed to bees that have been put out on a farm in monocrops, right? It's a different diet than what they're getting, as opposed to what we're getting, what the bees that are getting here.
Yeah.
There's a multitude of flowers that they're pollinating.
Yeah, so the theory in my head, though, is that there's pollinating from flowers, and then there's pollinating from fruit trees and mango trees, avocado trees, things like that. Everybody's got something out there in the world, and there's even banana trees. I mean, bananas. I mean, the nectar from bananas is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that sweetness coming out of the banana through the bee into the honey?
Exactly. That's exactly right. But that's, again, coming back to the manuka question.
Yeah.
That's really all it is. It's just there's 3 agents in manuka honey that people tend to use as a antimicrobial, antibacterial, and that's why it's marketed so high.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting conversations, obviously, when it comes to this. The big deal is going to be Thursday night. You want to learn even more.
Yeah.
And
so
literally hands-on. And one of this is one of those things where, like, you generally look at bees and go, "Oh, they sting. I'm afraid of them." But hanging out with these guys and the tolerance that they've developed to bees and getting stung and just handling them without a whole lot by way of protection is kind of amazing to me. So that's the first part of the thing is, okay, be there and try not to freak out. But there's so much of the rest of it. It's amazing because there will be honey there, obviously, and there will be active displays of living bees and living hives and living colonies down there. And they will meet with other bees that are flying around that came in from this part of Anigua and that came in from Agana Heights and Sinahanya, because they travel in a radius. So it's kind of amazing where you guy looks at him and says, "I'll bet you that came from Juan Carlos's place."
That's true.
We even know where all of the colonies happen to be at this time. Are there still a lot of wild ones?
There are still a lot of wild ones. I get calls probably, not every day, not like before, but that's because we have an association that's coming in and kind of that work is being distributed and extracting bee colonies. But now I get every month or so, but sometimes I don't hear from a lot of people. But that's also because, again, we have an association.
They're huge. I mean, I was looking at hopefully I can get my hands on the picture that I got from the guy. There it is. Hold on. Sometimes the images will go away if I don't use them for a long time. But it's a picture of Rob Greeno that's standing over the hive that was made with a motorboat.
Oh,
You've seen the picture, right?
Motorboat.
Yeah, bees in a motorboat.
Bees that have swarmed into vacuums, like a bee in a vacuum. That's probably something we do often, but that's something new. Is like not just bees and vacuums, but what other bizarre?
What's the craziest place you've seen them?
So car engines.
Coolers,
Oh yeah, coolers. Yeah.
Tires.
Yeah, tires.
Wherever they can make a home. There's no preferred thing. So
yeah,
how do they go from being out in the wild in these kind of mounds, and then you put them in these kind of organized slats in little boxes? Do they make any difference to the bees at all?
It is domestication in a nutshell. So like, it's like taking a dog off the street and giving it a house, right? Giving it a home. Same concept with the bees. Sometimes the bees will make their own combs, and there are certain boxes that allow bees to do that. So it's not just frames, but it's just like basically sticks that they just put their combs on, and then sometimes it's wild. It's just purely wild, and then you just take that whole box, the top part of the box, and you just kind of break it apart. That's actually the old way of
beekeeping. Yes. Well, it's all fascinating. Now, I was watching a video on one of the services, and it is a kind of a manufactured honeycomb where the slats work in one direction, and then they fill them up with honey, and you reverse the slats, and the honey comes out and creates new honeycombs for the bees, and you start the process all over again. And they apparently, according to the people in the video, it's better for the bees because it's less handling of everything inside the hive. It's less disruptive to their hive life.
There is true. Yeah, there's a lot of pros and cons with it. The other side of it is, well, if you're not checking on your bees, then there could be a potential problem there, because you always want to open, the whole point of beekeeping is to get into the colony, check out the eggs, the brood, the larva, not necessarily yes, for the regular consumer, stick a key in, turn it, and then honey comes out, great. But then it's also good to open up the box every now and then and say, okay, how healthy is my queen? Is my queen producing enough eggs? Is there enough bees in my colony? Because who knows? Your colony could potentially die, leave all the honey behind, and then you pull out honey, yes, but then
there's nobody home. You're not making any more.
Yeah, 3 months later you won't get enough.
All right, so Bee Night going to be taking place Thursday, Food Truck Thursday in the Skinner Plaza area, and be on the lookout. Dennis, I'm sure, is going to have his waving red bee guy.
So we're going to have raffle prizes. We're going to have apiary games. So we're going to have some really cool apiary games for this event, and then a honey tasting. Please come by.
It's in my calendar. I judged last year. I had a really great time. And a lot of people go, "It's honey. What's the difference between one honey to the other?"
There's a
difference. There is a difference. It's like drinking bourbon, for heaven's sakes. Every different is. They said there's going to be a hint of this, or you're going to taste a little bit of that, because that's where the bee was. And sure enough, after a while you go, "Wow, this is really good." I'd like to see more of this kind of thing going for a lot of different reasons, and primarily. It's because I know one of the other things I learned from you is a lot of the times you go to the grocery store and you buy honey. It ain't real honey. Didn't come from bees.
That's right.
It's some kind of a Frankenstein process that has nothing to do with bees and natural honey. And now there's no excuse not to buy natural honey, because all of these guys are making natural Guam kind of honey. And you can have that in your coffee, have it in your, put it on waffles, put it on fried chicken. That's what I end up doing most of the time with what I get from Dennis. I'll go to KFC and get some fried chicken and then just drizzle it with this local stuff and just sit there in just a sticky mess eating fried chicken, and there's nothing quite like it. 9:32 in the morning, Chris and Keith. I really appreciate you coming by. Thursday night, we'll keep making a big deal about it between now and then, and get more people. If you are the slightest bit interested in this, if you've got, and you don't need a big house. A lot of people thinking, wow, we need to put this on a farm-sized piece of property.
No need.
You take a look at Paul Packbeer's place on Teedson, and it's the building, which was an old house, and the backyard, and he's doing bees, and he's selling honey out of there.
That's right. Yeah.
And stay up with Mr. Colburn, Jeff Colburn, because one of the things that he likes to do is use honey in a process to make mead.
Oh yeah. That is a whole nother level.
The back of my neck is getting hot thinking about it, because I've had some of that stuff. I've given that to some friends, and they're like, oh yeah, we're drinking buddies. Oh,
it's really good.
And I'll keep it. I take it to the beach every once in a while. I got a couple of bottles, but the initial bottle, after I uncorked it, I put it into a hydro flask. And so it keeps. And I took it to the beach, and I'm giving it to my friends, and they're partying and having a good time. Oh, what's that? I said, it's mead. And a couple of these guys take a couple of real deep drafts on the bottle, and coming out of it going, oh, wow, what was that? I said, that's bee wine, bro.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
You can taste both the honey and the alcohol.
It's got some bite on it. I don't know. I didn't use the hygrometer on it, so I don't know what kind of proof we're talking about. But it's sturdy stuff for sure. 9:33 in the morning. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. We get everything out of the way?
I think so.
All right, groovy. Bring your interest with you Thursday night, Skinner Plaza, for Bee Day, Bee Night activities all night long. Bring some folding money with you, because no doubt somebody's going to want to sell you
someone's
some.
Gonna be selling honey. Yep. And then we'll be doing comb tasting like always. Just for the usual guests that come by.
I have too many cavities for that. I got too many cavities. You put the honeycomb in your mouth, and it's a unique experience. Number one, and number two, you chew and you get into this waxy stuff that doesn't want to go away.
That's right.
Right away. And like I said, if you've got a couple of cavities or loose fillings in there, you will note which tooth has all that. Ray Gibson Joe going to continue on the other side of these important messages. Stay there.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef. It's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Yes? Come on now. Ugh. Hey, I'm a fan. That's it. No other way to say this. Describe my significant amount of admiration for people that know how to do things, i.e., honey. It comes from bees, and bees will sting you. And I have not been stung by a bee since Richard Nixon was the president of the United States. It's been that long since I remember getting stung by a bee.
Maybe it wasn't really a bee, Ray. Maybe it was one of those small hornets, man. Those
like a murder hornet?
Those different kinds of stingers, man.
Those little bee
bumblebees
buttholes, I
are
hate
so
those things.
cute.
No, I know. But anyway, so here's the thing. I just of the opinion that if I got stung by a bee at this age, I'd probably have a heart attack. I'd probably go into cardiac arrest. Not about an anaphylactic shock, just shock period that I was stung by a bee. The last time I was messing around with my mini bike, I was 10 years old, behind my grandma's house. And so I'm messing around with the mini bike, and I don't know, I was driving around a bunch of weeds, and I got to someplace, and it was a bee, and they go right for the eyes. Have you noticed that?
Blind him.
How many times? Well, you were a little kid, isn't that where you got stung by bees?
I remember getting 18 total in one shot.
Doc Mac got me a question, but I didn't have time, but I'll get an answer for you. The buzz is Guam honeybees are unique, essentially the same imported by the Spaniards from hundreds of years ago, i.e. Certain European subspecies not existing anywhere in the world. Is it possible that ours are that unique? The guy will know.
I think we stole them. We stole them from the Spaniards.
We stole their honeybees, man. Well, okay. So what's the historical arc? So I'm sure that there were bees here before the Spaniards came. I mean, Guam. How far can a bee fly? I don't know. Maybe they blow in on a typhoon once upon a time. I mean, there was something had to pollinate all the plants that were here on Guam before. So, I mean, is there a natural answer to that question? More perfecto
Indigenous bee?
It's indigenous? It's like a Hope Cristobal bee.
Stop it. We might start a protest, man.
Okay, and then we start talking about the Spaniards. Okay, well, a long way from Spain. Did they introduce them into the Americas? Is that how they got there? And when I say the Americas, remember that even though you think you've got a Chamorro last name, is probably it could have been from anywhere. Could have been, I've asked the question. I'm not really sure about the answer. And you got to find somebody like Malia that might be able to correct the direction. But so I'm a Martinez de la Torres. Where did that Martinez come from? Am I a Martinez or de la Torres from Spain? Is it a straight line from Spain to
Philippines?
Guam? Or is it a
Possible,
line?
Right?
Is it a line from Spain to Mexico, to the Philippines, to Guam? I don't know. Maybe if somebody pays for it, I'll take one of those little DNA tests where they swab my mouth, and then we'll find out that we were really brothers. Yeah. Yes. 20 away from 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry. My head goes to places and my mouth just keeps going. You know how it is. 888-825-5888-TAOK is the telephone number. You want to talk about something, you're more than welcome to it. If you don't know what we're talking about today, what's on the table of contents, what's out there. I'm sorry, bro. I'm just checking my WhatsApps. I have two lives. My name is Ray Gibson. I work on the radio. And then my name is Ray Gibson. I work in radio. And the Ray Gibson on the radio is going to be off the air and at some point going to be meeting up with salespeople talking about how we're going to exploit the hell out of the fact that Kyle Mandapat is coming back to the radio. Not here. On our sister station, Star 101. He's going to be doing the mornings over there. And now I'm getting emails from people from all of the other radio stations going, you got an opening for me there too? Can I come over and work at your radio station? You got Kyle. Is there room for me? Tell you what, no promises, but this is the way radio works. Is if that boat floats higher on advertising revenue, then sure, maybe there might be some additions to the staff. 20 away from the top of the. I'm sorry, that was just funny. Political season in full swing. How can we tell? The signs are going up. You can go. You cannot be in social media without seeing an ad for somebody or an ad suggesting that you never ever vote for Mike Sinigalis.
Negative stuff.
Yeah, the negative stuff. That's going to be out there, and then you can always tell it's political season by the sheer volume of people that will start showing up on your feeds. And you're going, I don't know who this person is. and you look, and it's like it's their whole Facebook thing started last week, and there might be two pictures. There's a picture for the profile picture, and then there's a background picture, and then you scroll down, and there's that same profile picture, and then there's that same background picture, and that's all there is.
Yeah, no info, no personal info.
Who you from? Who you're married to? Who's your other friends? These people don't really exist in what we would refer to as real life, but you will start seeing them in any number of chats. Stories that come up. Oh, what a great job the governor is doing. Hey, how about this? I'm so glad I'm driving on nice paved streets now, and they're going to put all of that stuff. Great job,
other
Gov.
Commenters.
Yeah, attacking other commenters.
Yes.
Yeah, well, specifically Nick Perlosky, I think is one of the guys that was in the middle of a firefight on Facebook just the other day.
Brought that on yourself, Nick.
Yeah. But remind me, political season is coming up, and I want to give you, especially because everybody's going to start doing television interviews and things like that, I want to give you things to look out for so that you can detect when you are being lied to. How can you tell that a politician is lying to you? The first and correct answer is his or her lips are moving. That's the first and correct answer in either case is the lips are moving. But there's other tells that I will tell you about in a minute. In the meantime, I got Dr. George Macris on the line. Hey, Doc.
No, Dr. McNinch. My bad.
Oh, yeah. Doctor is from Florida. It's Dr. Ron McNinch. Good morning, Doc.
Hey, how's the day, Ray? How's the day, Guam?
Hey, bro. So what's the first sign that when your BS meter starts going off? You're talking to somebody, and all of a sudden you get that spidey sense tingling, going, he's lying to me.
Yeah, they'll claim things that they had no part in. Like they'll say, I did this for you, I did that for you, and actually, I know for a fact others did it. They didn't do it.
Right. But we'll take the credit for it anyway. You haven't caught me doing that, have you?
Oh, you do it all the time, but a lot of times it's true, too.
Well, I just say, I'm not one for stolen valor, but what the hell, if I'm the only one that's left alive that remembers the true facts, I'll go ahead and craft it to my advantage.
Well, the thing is, with 15 senators in the legislature, it's very easy for them to do that because they're like a gaggle, and it's hard to tell who's doing what. So every time there's a bill, any one of them say, yeah, I was a part of that, and I was on the inside making sure it happened, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, and you can hide from inside the herd. You see that happening all the time.
Right. And, they actually don't deserve any credit. And in fact, if you really know the inside line, they were fighting it the whole time. They will take credit for stuff that they absolutely hated, but still want full credit for.
Well, I can tell you right now, there's a big deal that is being made by all kinds of high-powered folks about telemedicine and how awesome it is, great, and now we can technically they're happy now because we can have abortions by remote control and long-distance prescriptions. But they had originally fought those things tooth and nail in an attempt to make sure that we were overtly and visibly protective of the local doctor scene. Didn't want to see any outside competition. But now that it comes to, quote, women's health, unquote, we're all for telemedicine and remote doctoring from the state. Hey, you don't worry. You don't have to get a license here on Guam. We'll go ahead and vouch for you.
Yeah, if you scratch below the surface just a little bit, you'll see example after example of they'll take false credit. It's just crazy.
Well, these are certainly interesting times, and interesting the amount of time that they wasted over at the legislature yesterday, getting some budget information from the Guam Election Commission, and using that as an opportunity to give Maria Pangilinan a hard time about where we were going to be doing early elections. And we're like, if you guys were so interested in this, you probably should have written it into law. If there was a specific location, if we only had to use Gov Guam facilities, you probably should have put that into some kind of statute, as opposed to letting her run these things on her own and then scolding her for picking someplace she didn't like.
Right. I'm a bit of a critic of early voting in general. I think that, so for example, they let early voting be rampant back in the last presidential election. All that junk about the laptop and everything else was all suppressed. And so you end up having like a shell game kind of effect where they're hiding information as much as possible. And there are other practices in the mainland that bother me, like ballot harvesting and, just the ballot bundling.
What I have a hard time comprehending is the idea that somebody could walk in to a polling place and without some form of identification cast a vote. I just don't understand how the Republic will survive that kind of idiocy.
Or how about somebody bringing in a box full of 1,000 votes that they've collected for others or claim they've collected for others?
Well, yeah, guess what? You're not in the election commission unless that came, and unless somebody was actually watching and certifying that the people that attest to voting on those ballots actually did. Then I'm sorry, we can't accept those. They've been out of our chain of custody.
And this is a major point of dispute right now for some of these radical folks who want any vote anywhere, genuine or not genuine, to be a part of the process. It's just wrong.
No, I'm not nuts about the federal government running things, but it seems to me there needs to be some kind of a standard by which elections are conducted at every level, from the municipal level to the statewide level and a national level. And I thought we had them. But there's just been so much manipulation at the local levels, at the statewide level. Just you don't know from one state to the next exactly how they're going to be conducting ballots. Red states do it one way, blue states do it another way.
That federal
and then there's Florida.
Well, the federal voting bill that they proposed would absolutely make voting insignificant and simply a fake process. I don't know why in the world others haven't really talked about that. Just you don't need pretty much anything. It's just crazy how open they want the process of voting to be.
Well, I've been critical of some ideas that have come out of the legislature here, and saying this is going to create voter fraud, and they say, oh, there's no such thing as voter fraud. That never happens. Doesn't have any significant numbers. And I'm going, wait a second. Somebody just made a movie called 2,000 Mules. And that one seems to me is all about voter fraud and the steps that were taken to make it as seamless and legitimate looking as possible.
Yeah, and it's a very old game. That's the other thing, is people think that it's new. There's nothing new about the techniques or strategies used to pack these votes. The Daily Machine was almost a running joke in Chicago about using tombstone voting and other techniques to basically pack the voting scene, and that's just simply wrong. And there has to be a point. I hate to say it, but I'm to the point where our technology one day will be good enough that they can check your DNA to make sure you're the person who's casting the vote. That's how crazy things are getting.
Well, outside of what is a lingering and more concerning as each day passes desire for me to create some mechanism where at least a little bit of my privacy is maintained. I know people listening go, wait, you're a guy on the radio. You don't have any privacy. You talk about everything that goes on in your life on a 24-hour basis. Yeah, I call it show prep, but there are places and times where I'd like to be able to say, no, I might have been there, but no, I wasn't there, and you can't prove it. But anymore, they're even telling women now. There's a Menzies predictor. I think it's called Flow of one kind or another, and it will track. If you have that on, it will track any number of things about you. And now there are women's groups out there that saying if you don't want the governor surveilling you, you need to turn that off and learn how to use a calendar like before, because otherwise you're giving up an awful lot of right now anonymous data. But de-anonymizing it would be the simplest thing in the world, the turn of a key or a few keystrokes on a computer. And all of that information is going to be out there. I try as much as possible to maintain herd over my location status on the phone. I generally like to have it off until an app tells me I have to have it on.
And exactly how do you define a woman, Ray?
Cervix, I think. Cervix. Then there's
Ketanji Brown could not answer the question. That was the craziest part of the hearing.
Oh, well, of course, it was defensible among the community that believes that you are a woman because you say you are a woman.
Yeah, we need to speak up for women and girls and defend them on this point.
No, they need to speak up and defend themselves in bigger numbers, in much bigger numbers. Because I can see myself having this argument, and a bunch of politically correct and woke women around me, calling for my demise. How dare you? How dare you deny this person that gender dysphoria that they've got?
I think that the key is women who are mothers who have other girls. I think they're the staunchest defenders. They just need the voice.
888-8255, 888-TALK. There, find your voice. Find your voice and stop letting men into your game. Stop letting men into your bathrooms.
Yeah, well, I think that we need to have the courage to have these conversations too, right?
I've got the courage. I just don't have the energy. It just feels like these would be exhausting conversations, and it ain't gonna end.
Well, I think that the Supreme Court's going to end it at some point in the future, and that's the reality. I mean, that's what it takes. I know. I told that to Bob Klitsky too, and he doesn't. He would hate to see that day, and I would too. But that's where we're going. We're going to need the court to tell us, up from down and left from right on a lot of these things.
Yeah,
and that's the unfortunate part.
No, this just needs to be. We need to, as you say, find the voice, find the courage, find the energy for the conversation. Because as I've pointed out, based on research articles that I've read, there is no more right or wrong. There is popular, and in this world that we live in right now, it has everything to do with what is the popular stance, what is the popular position. And right now, because of television and movies and internet and interwebs and all of them, maybe all kinds of other influences now, it's becomes clearer what is more popular than other things. And being the old straight white guy that says up is up and down is down and black is black and white is white, that's not popular anymore.
Yeah, but we let guys in their underwear in their basements through these anonymous, names and things like that you're mentioning earlier determine what's popular. And, we were told years and years and years ago, don't trust the internet. That was the mantra. And we've forgotten that we can't trust, we have to have verifiable information from people.
Well, but never mind the internet. What about just social media?
That's what I mean.
I mean, and media in general. There was what was the name of the? There was a Archie. They'd spun off the Archie comics into a Archie television show on one of the channels. And before the first 20 minutes was up, there had already been identified, a couple of different kinds of woke characters, woke thematics, and I said, this is the last version of this episode that I'm going to be watching. They'd got me into what was the TV show now, The Story of Us. Which the most clever, I thought, opening, what do they call it? First episode that they had, great first episode. Did not see that coming. M. Night Shyamalan on that. But the more you watch the show, the more I felt like I was being lectured to. And I thought, well, that's enough. Blackish was another show that I really, really enjoyed watching. And then all of a sudden, I got the feeling like, oh, okay, here come the lecture parts. And I just thought, that's not how I want to spend a half hour of my life anymore.
Yeah,
and even what was that movie? There's a movie out. It's like an Avenger movie or something like that. And there's two versions of it. There's the version that they showed in America, which got all these woke thematics in them.
Black Panther?
No, wasn't that was more recent than that. It was in the last couple of months. Extraordinary Gentleman. I can't remember the name of it. And then there's a version that they made specifically for China, where there is no wokeness in it. There are no nods to LGBTQ plus, nothing like that, because they know that don't play in China.
Yeah, it's surprising the hypocrisy, because political correctness in the modern era actually came from Maoist doctrine in mainland China, where you had to watch your words all the time and all that kind of garbage, which is actually a very ancient Confucian concept that basically says that words are the basis of reality, and so you have to watch your words. And this whole idea about being able to say things and how you label things is a total Maoist doctrine. And that's where all this pronoun junk comes from also. My personal pronoun is THX3000, by the way, if you'd like to know. And,
isn't that a vacuum cleaner?
Actually, I was going to go with T800. That's the Terminator designation series. But I guess the thing is, there's a point when people just need to say some things that people are talking about and claiming are simply silly. And they're not a part of what should be normal, rational conversation for normal, rational people on normal, rational things. And there has to be a point when we throw up our hands and say, hey, wait a minute, we're wasting our time here. Nobody else in the world deals with these kinds of silliness for any given length of time. There has to be a point of tolerance, and we'll see where it goes.
Well, it's gotten so bad that now even Asian people are, and I always thought that they were kind of immune to this because they were just kind of head down. This is what we do. We work, and we build and we thrive and we do all this stuff. We don't really care about what's going on. And now now I'm of the opinion it feels like they have some of them. I'm not going to say all of them, but there are some pockets where they've gone, hey, I guess we are victimized because everybody says we're victimized, so let's start acting like the victims. We're starting to see more and more of that kind of thing. Now, that notwithstanding, what is a fact that is not getting reported as much is I think that it feels like if you start doing some research on this, open season on Asians, there are significant attacks, murders, etc., that are and people getting stabbed and thrown in front of buses and trains against Asian people in this community. I don't know where that racial divide is coming from, and I hope it doesn't stick around very long. But in my opinion, I've never met an Asian victim. Wow, that always hit me as just the hardest working, most sure of themselves in our democracy than anything else. So it's odd to start seeing people, talking about how Asians have been marginalized one way or the other. I could be wrong.
Also, there's the whole point about that this is a simple issue of mode. That is, it's always been there. We've just never measured it before or categorized it as that. And so, while it's always happened, so for example, date rapes had always happened. We just never measured or labeled it as such. And so finding the category and then being able to measure it, suddenly it can look like there's an epidemic of it when actually it was the nominal level anyway. That we've always had crimes against Asian people. We've always had crimes against women. We've always had crimes against, you name it. I dispute the whole thing that President Biden's claiming now on the concept they're calling white supremacy. I think that and then suddenly claiming, that white supremacy is the biggest kind of crime we've got to look out for. Well, there's always been crime. There's always been crime committed by whites. There's always been crime committed by blacks. I think that in general, suddenly labeling it as a novel effect and then claiming an ideological basis for it is simply wrong.
Well, you can't you can't look at anything coming out of Joe Biden's mouth and pretend that there's anything like truth or fact associated with it. Ron, I got to go because Fox News Live's already playing. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hey, have a great day.
I promise.
Quilitrous dummy is the president.
Oh, my God, President Poopy Pants. I got to run really at 10 o'clock. Here's Fox News.
For more than 2 months have been evacuated.
Ukrainian President Zelensky announced the move just a short while ago, a possible indication that we could be nearing the end of this very long siege.
Fox's Greg Palcon in Kyiv. 53 of those seriously wounded. They were taken to a hospital with more than 200 taken out using a humanitarian corridor. Early today, the Russian Defense Ministry announced an agreement for the wounded to leave for treatment and to be taken to a town held by pro-Moscow separatists. The defense attorney for the teen accused of killing 10 people at a Buffalo supermarket reverses course on a request to the judge.
When Peyton Gendron made his initial appearance before a judge over the weekend, his appointed attorney asked for doctors to evaluate his mental state. That request has since been withdrawn. That same testing could have been ordered by a judge, but wasn't. Erie County DA John Flynn said he also will not ask for it. So, he says,
the mental health forensic part of this has now become a moot point and is now off the table.
The DA did not go into why the defense declined the exam. A felony hearing for Gendron is set for Thursday, but according to Flynn, the defendant can choose to waive that appearance. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Online diary entries appear to show that Gendron wrote as early as November about staging a live-streamed attack on African Americans. The FBI has characterized the shooting as a hate crime. Authorities in Laguna Woods, California, say the gunman in the deadly attack yesterday at a church was a Chinese immigrant motivated by hate for Taiwanese people. David Cho has been booked on 1 count of murder and 5 counts of attempted murder. He's due in state court tomorrow. America is listening to Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will Kane, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com for all the details. The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day. Featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. New from the Fox News Podcasts Network. Dana Perino, co-host of the 5 and America's Newsroom on Fox News Channel, returns to the world of audio with a new limited-time podcast, Everything Will Be Okay with Dana Perino. Building off the success of her best-selling book of the same name, Dana provides an unequaled brand of advice built on real-life experience and interviews experts and individuals that make a difference in the lives of others. Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Just days before the primary, John Fetterman, Pennsylvania's lieutenant governor and a Democratic candidate for Senate, is recovering from a stroke.
Fetterman isn't even going to be at his own election watch night party tomorrow night. That's because he's still in the hospital. He says he suffered this stroke on Friday. Fetterman says doctors removed a clot, suffered no cognitive damage, and he's resting and will be back campaigning soon.
Fox's Rich Edson in Pittsburgh. The Supreme Court has sided with Republican Senator Ted Cruz in his challenge to a provision of federal campaign finance law. In a 6-3 decision, the justices agreed that the somewhat obscure section of the law violates the Constitution. The decision comes just as campaigning for the 2022 midterm elections is intensifying. The case may be important for some candidates for federal office who want to make large loans to their campaigns. A California judge rules the state's so-called Women on Boards law is unconstitutional.
A Los Angeles judge rules a state law requiring publicly traded California-based companies to include women on their corporate boards violates the right to equal treatment with the gender-based quota, finding the legislation which mandates boards have up to 3 female directors by this year is unconstitutional. Former California Governor Jerry Brown signing the bill into law in 2018 during the Me Too era as a way to push for gender diversity. Companies that did not comply facing fines of up to $300,000. Fewer than half of the nearly 650 relevant California corporations report complying last year. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Sweden will follow neighboring Finland and apply for NATO membership. Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson made the announcement, calling it a historic change in the country's security policy as she addressed lawmakers in the capital of Stockholm. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Kings Guam World Tennis Tour, presented by GTA, is bringing international tennis back to Guam. 4 weeks of international play will swing into action with 2 weeks of juniors, followed by 2 weeks of pros, May the 15th through June 12th. The Guam National Tennis Federation will host world-ranked players who will be coming to Guam from all over the world. Netters will compete for ranking points and cash to improve their position among the world's best. Matches will be played daily at the Guam National Tennis Center in Harmon, starting May 15th through June 12th. Special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Dimension Systems, New Gen, American Medical Center, and Morico Equipment.
If you love them enough to turn off your music and pretend like their music is your music,
this is Mommy's jam.
then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
Let's play it again.
Check today at nhtsa.gov/the-right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
From high atop Fox News headquarters in New York City.
Brian, everything you say is awesome. I love your show. I'd like to compliment you on having the best show on radio. Thank you.
The most approachable radio host in America.
You're different than any of the other folks on the radio, so thank you for what you do.
Thank you for always calling balls and strikes. I really do appreciate that.
It's Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Kilmeade. Thanks so much for listening. I hope you had a fantastic weekend. We're coming to you from Los Angeles here, but we're